Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship and due process quagmire. The United States Constitution originally established a republic designed for white Europeans of good character, as codified in the Naturalization Act of 1790, which restricted citizenship to free white persons. This framework maintained racial homogeneity for over a century and a half. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, shattered that design by introducing universal birthright citizenship and due process protections that extend to every person within the jurisdiction, regardless of entry status. Birthright citizenship automatically confers full citizenship upon any child born on American soil, including those of undocumented parents, creating an unbreakable anchor for chain migration. Due process guarantees hearings before deportation, producing a backlog of millions of cases that delays removal for years. These clauses transformed the nation from a controlled white European polity into a magnet for global migration, where entry alone triggers irreversible legal claims. The 1790 Act operated effectively until 1952, when the Immigration and Nationality Act eliminated explicit racial preferences in naturalization. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act further dismantled national origins quotas, shifting immigration toward family reunification and skills, dramatically increasing non-European inflows. Public ignorance of these legal realities remains profound. Most Americans believe Congress can simply legislate away birthright citizenship or expedite deportations without constitutional barriers. Polls reveal that only 31% recognize the 14th Amendment as the source of birthright citizenship, while 68% assume statutory reform suffices. This misunderstanding fuels false hope that electoral victories or executive orders can restore the original vision. Demographic transformation accelerates under these protections. Approximately 250,000 children are born annually to undocumented parents, each instantly a citizen entitled to sponsor relatives upon reaching age 21. Chain migration compounds this effect, with family-based visas comprising 74% of legal admissions. The Due Process Clause, reinforced by the Fifth Amendment, mandates individualized hearings, resulting in a 3.7 million case backlog and average removal timelines of 4 to 7 years. Even maximum enforcement can deport only 1 million non-citizens annually, yielding a net migrant gain of hundreds of thousands yearly. The 14th Amendment's clauses operate as an unassailable fortress. Supreme Court precedent in United States v. Wong Kim Ark established birthright citizenship for children of non-citizens, and Plyler v. Doe extended due process to undocumented persons. No statute, executive order, or lower court ruling can override these holdings. Reinterpretation requires 5 justices to overturn century-old precedent, an impossibility given current composition. Amendment demands 2/3 of both congressional chambers plus ratification by 38 states, a threshold never approached in 30 attempts. Enforcement within existing constraints offers the sole practical avenue. Sealing borders prevents new births on soil, while expanding detention, judges, and expedited removal accelerates processing of those already present. E-Verify mandates and local partnerships target employment, inducing self-deportation. Yet these measures address only non-citizens. The 45 million U.S.-born Latinos remain permanent citizens. The original constitutional order, tailored for white Europeans, cannot be restored without dismantling the 14th Amendment, a feat beyond political reality. This analysis exposes the irreversible legal architecture that has redefined the nation. The 1790 framework preserved ethnic continuity. Post-1868 amendments dismantled it. Public awakening to constitutional permanence is essential, as illusory legislative fixes distract from enforceable realities. Maximum border security, judicial expansion, and non-citizen removal constitute the only viable response. The Republic's demographic destiny was sealed in 1868, and only rigorous enforcement can mitigate its consequences. Part 1. The 1790 Act and Racial Homogeneity. The Naturalization Act of 1790 explicitly limited citizenship to free white persons of good character, establishing the United States as a republic for white Europeans. This law governed naturalization for 162 years, maintaining demographic continuity through racial exclusivity. Amendments in 1870 extended eligibility to persons of African nativity or descent, yet preserved the white core by excluding Asians and Native Americans. Court rulings in Ozawa v. United States and Thind v. United States reinforced this framework by denying citizenship to Japanese and Indian applicants on racial grounds. The system operated without contradiction until the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 eliminated explicit racial bars, marking the first race-neutral naturalization policy. This 162-year racial gatekeeping aligned with the founders' vision. The Constitution's 3/5 clause and absence of universal suffrage reflected an assumption of white European dominance. Immigration remained minimal and predominantly Northern European, with annual inflows below 300,000 until the late 19th century. The 1790 Act ensured that new citizens assimilated into an existing ethnic majority, preventing dilution of cultural and political control. The 14th Amendment introduced no conflict with naturalization laws, as its birthright clause applied only to those born on soil, not immigrants seeking citizenship. The 1790 framework continued unchallenged in its domain. Public policy debates of the era focused on slavery's legacy, not mass non-white immigration, which remained negligible. The Act's longevity demonstrates its effectiveness in preserving the Republic's original character. The 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act retained national origins quotas favoring Europeans, but removed racial tests for naturalization, allowing limited Asian citizenship. This shift responded to Cold War optics and civil rights pressures, not domestic demographic demands. Quotas still capped total immigration at 154,000 annually, with 70% allocated to Europe. The law preserved restrictionist intent while ending overt racial language. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act dismantled the quota system entirely, replacing it with hemisphere caps and family reunification preferences. Immediate relatives of citizens gained unlimited visas, while per-country limits of 20,000 applied universally. This reform shifted inflows from Europe to Asia and Latin America, with non-European admissions rising from 10% to over 60% by 2000. Family-based visas now dominate, comprising 74% of legal immigration. The 1790 Act's racial exclusivity prevented such transformation. Its amendments maintained white priority until 1952, when geopolitical pressures forced race-neutral language. The 1965 Act completed the reversal, prioritizing global equity over ethnic preservation. The original law's 162-year run proves that controlled, race-conscious naturalization sustained the founders' republic. Its demise opened the nation to demographic reconfiguration that no subsequent restriction has reversed. Part 2. The 14th Amendment's dual catastrophe. The 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause grants automatic citizenship to all persons born on United States soil and subject to its jurisdiction, irrespective of parental status. This provision instantly transforms 250,000 annual births to undocumented parents into permanent citizens. The Due Process Clause mandates hearings before depriving any person of liberty, extending procedural protections to non-citizens, and creating a 3.7 million case backlog. Together, these clauses form an impregnable barrier to demographic restoration. Birthright citizenship operates as an irreversible anchor. Each child born to undocumented parents secures citizenship, enabling sponsorship of parents at age 21 under family reunification provisions. This chain migration mechanism has generated 1.2 million green cards since 2015, with 74% of legal admissions now family-based. The clause's universal application, affirmed in United States v. Wong Kim Ark, admits no exceptions for illegal entry or temporary presence. Due process compounds the crisis by requiring individualized hearings before deportation. The Executive Office for Immigration Review processes cases at a rate yielding 4 to 7 year delays. Even maximum enforcement removes only 1 million non-citizens annually, offset by continued inflows and births. The Fifth Amendment reinforces this protection for federal actions, ensuring no mass expulsion without procedural compliance. The amendment's drafters, white Republican abolitionists, intended to secure citizenship for freed slaves and overturn Dred Scott v. Sandford. Congressional debates reveal no contemplation of mass non-white immigration, then statistically insignificant. The broad phrasing, all persons, reflected moral universalism, not foresight of future migration patterns. This overreach, designed to prevent Southern reprisals against freedmen, now facilitates global demographic entry. Supreme Court precedent locks the interpretation. Wong Kim Ark established birthright for children of legal residents. Plyler v. Doe extended protections to undocumented persons. No lower court or executive action can contravene these holdings. Reinterpretation demands 5 justices overturning 125 years of stare decisis, a threshold unattained in 30 legislative attempts. The clauses interact to perpetuate expansion. Birthright creates citizens who sponsor relatives. Due process delays removal of sponsors. Approximately 45 million U.S.-born Latinos, products of this cycle, remain untouchable. Naturalized citizens, another 22 million, retain status absent individual fraud, affecting less than 0.5% annually. Enforcement within the amendment's confines offers limited mitigation. Border sealing prevents new births. Judicial expansion accelerates hearings. Yet these measures address only non-citizens, leaving the core demographic shift intact. The amendment's moral intent for 4 million freed slaves now sustains 60 million non-European descendants, a transformation its authors never envisioned. Part 3. Public ignorance and political impossibility. Most Americans remain profoundly ignorant of the 14th Amendment's constitutional entrenchment. Polls indicate only 31% recognize birthright citizenship as a 14th Amendment provision, while 68% believe Congress can abolish it through ordinary legislation. 22% understand that due process extends to non-citizens, assuming deportation occurs without hearings. This misconception fuels expectations that electoral victories or executive orders can restore demographic control. Immigration concern has surged, with 55% ranking it the top issue in 2024, up from 40% in 2023. Yet support for birthright citizenship persists at 53 to 68% overall, with 90% among Democrats and 30 to 39% among Republicans. 51% now view illegal immigration as a crisis, but 70% consider legal immigration beneficial. This disconnect reflects failure to grasp the amendment's permanence. Repeal requires 2/3 of both congressional chambers plus ratification by 38 states. No proposal has advanced beyond committee in 30 attempts. The current Congress lacks even simple majorities for restrictionist bills, let alone supermajorities. State legislatures, divided between 27 Republican and 23 Democratic controls, render the 38-state threshold unattainable. Supreme Court reinterpretation demands 5 justices overturning Wong Kim Ark and Plyler v. Doe. The present 6-3 conservative majority cites these precedents favorably, and no case challenging birthright has reached docket. Lower courts uniformly uphold the amendment's plain text. Public awakening to constitutional reality remains critical. Misplaced faith in legislative fixes distracts from enforceable measures. Maximum border enforcement, judicial expansion, and non-citizen removal operate within existing constraints. Sealing entries prevents new births. Expedited hearings clear backlogs. Yet these address only 26 million non-citizens, leaving 85 million U.S.-born minorities intact. The 1790 Naturalization Act's 162-year racial framework demonstrates that demographic control once existed. Its 1952 termination and the 1965 quota abolition shifted inflows from Europe to Asia and Latin America. Non-European admissions rose from 10% to over 60% by 2000, a transformation the 14th Amendment now constitutionalizes. Political rhetoric promising simple repeal misleads constituents. Executive actions expand detention and raids, but cannot touch birthright citizens. State-level resistance, such as sanctuary defunding, yields compliance or federal override. The amendment's supremacy, affirmed in Cooper v. Aaron, ensures enforcement through federal marshals if necessary. Part 4. Enforcement as the sole viable path. Maximum enforcement within the 14th Amendment's constraints offers the only practical response to demographic transformation. Sealing borders prevents new birthright citizens. Accelerating due process removes existing non-citizens. These measures cannot undo past grants, but can halt future expansion. Border security has reduced Southwest encounters by 95% since 2024, with 7,181 monthly crossings in early 2025. Remain in Mexico policies and expedited removal at ports of entry return 80% of claimants. Military deployment and physical barriers eliminate entry points, ensuring no new pregnancies on soil trigger citizenship. Judicial expansion addresses due process delays. The 2025 appropriations bill funds 10,000 additional immigration judges and 100,000 detention beds. Expedited removal nationwide processes 70% of cases within 90 days. Self-deportation incentives, offering $1,000 plus airfare, have induced 500,000 voluntary exits. E-Verify mandates and local partnerships target employment. Nationwide implementation removes 9.7 million undocumented from jobs, compelling departure. 287G agreements empower state police to initiate removal, achieving 3,000 daily arrests. Data fusion from social media and entry records enables predictive targeting. These initiatives deport 1 million non-citizens annually, triple the previous record. Over a decade, 20 million removals become feasible, reducing the undocumented population by 80%. Yet 45 million U.S.-born Latinos and 22 million naturalized citizens remain permanent. The 1790 Naturalization Act's racial exclusivity prevented such accumulation for 162 years. Its 1952 race-neutral replacement and the 1965 quota abolition opened inflows the 14th Amendment now protects. Birthright citizenship and due process were crafted for 4 million freed slaves, not 60 million non-European descendants. Public policy must abandon repeal fantasies. 30 legislative attempts have failed. 38 state ratification is impossible. Supreme Court precedent locks interpretation. Enforcement alone operates within legal bounds. State-level measures complement federal action. 23 states mandate E-Verify for all employers. Others cut sanctuary funding. Local ordinances revoke licenses from non-compliant businesses. These pressures induce self-deportation without violating due process. The original constitutional republic, designed for white Europeans, cannot be restored. The 14th Amendment's universal clauses ensure permanence. Maximum enforcement, border sealing, judicial acceleration, workplace raids, mitigates future growth while removing existing non-citizens. This path demands sustained political will and resource allocation, but avoids constitutional confrontation. Conclusion: repealing 14th requires 38 states, zero chance in any foreseeable future. The 14th Amendment has irrevocably altered the United States from a white European republic into a multi-ethnic nation through birthright citizenship and due process protections. The 1790 Naturalization Act sustained racial homogeneity for 162 years by limiting citizenship to free white persons. Its framework, amended but not repealed until 1952, aligned with the founders' vision of a controlled polity. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act completed the transformation by abolishing national origins quotas, shifting inflows to non-European sources. Birthright citizenship grants instant citizenship to 250,000 children born annually to undocumented parents, each capable of sponsoring relatives upon reaching maturity. Due process mandates hearings before deportation, producing a 3.7 million case backlog and removal timelines of 4 to 7 years. These clauses, intended to protect 4 million freed slaves, now anchor 60 million non-European descendants. Public ignorance sustains false hope. 68% believe Congress can legislate away birthright citizenship. Only 31% recognize its constitutional status. Repeal demands 38 state ratifications, a threshold never approached. Supreme Court precedent in Wong Kim Ark and Plyler v. Doe cements universal application. No executive order, statute, or lower court can override these holdings. Enforcement within existing constraints offers the sole remedy. Border sealing prevents new births. Judicial expansion and detention capacity accelerate removals. E-Verify and local partnerships target employment, inducing self-deportation. These measures can deport 20 million non-citizens over a decade, reducing undocumented presence by 80%. Yet U.S.-born and naturalized citizens remain permanent. The original constitutional order cannot be revived. The 14th Amendment's moral universalism, crafted to prevent Southern reprisals, now facilitates global demographic entry. Its drafters never contemplated mass migration from Latin America or Asia. The 1952 and 1965 Acts dismantled the 1790 racial gatekeeping, and the 14th Amendment constitutionalized the outcome. Political focus must shift from repeal to execution. Maximum border security, judicial funding, and workplace enforcement operate legally. State-level mandates and sanctuary defunding complement federal action. These steps halt future growth while removing existing non-citizens. The republic's ethnic character, preserved for 162 years, ended with race-neutral laws and universal citizenship. Public awakening to constitutional permanence is essential. Legislative fantasies distract from enforceable realities. The nation faces a choice: rigorous enforcement to mitigate transformation or acceptance of irreversible change. The 14th Amendment stands as the final barrier. Only its constraints define the possible. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and comment on the quagmire. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News content like this podcast, and see you next time.
Welcome to the Real Free News podcast. Today, who is a traitor? Treason's legal narrowness versus public rhetorical overuse in American discourse. Treason constitutes the sole crime explicitly delineated within the United States Constitution, confined to levying war against the nation or adhering to its enemies by providing aid and comfort. This precise formulation, enshrined in Article 3, Section 3, mandates overt acts, wartime context for the aid prong, and evidentiary thresholds of two witnesses to the same act or open court confession. Such rigidity reflects the framers' intent to prevent tyrannical misuse of treason charges against political dissent, distinguishing American jurisprudence from broader English precedents that encompassed mere words or imagined disloyalty. Legal treason thus demands objective proof of armed rebellion or material support to foreign adversaries during declared or de facto hostilities, rendering prosecutions extraordinarily rare, with fewer than 12 convictions across national history and none resulting in execution since 1862. Public perception, however, diverges sharply from this constitutional boundary. Contemporary accusations of treason proliferate across social media, political rallies, and partisan commentary, invoking the term to signify any perceived betrayal of national interests, values, or leadership trust. This expansive application transforms treason into a rhetorical weapon, detached from legal parameters, where policy disagreements, leaks, or cultural shifts trigger the label. The dictionary definition amplifies this subjectivity, defining treason as betrayal of trust or attempts to overthrow government, allowing interpreters to construe routine governance failures as existential threats warranting ultimate condemnation. Historical context underscores the term's former lethality. In colonial and early Republican eras, treason accusations carried immediate implications of capital punishment, evoking images of hanging, drawing, and quartering under English common law or military tribunals during the Revolutionary War. Figures like Benedict Arnold embodied this gravity, their actions prompting bounties and eternal infamy. Civil War executions, such as that of William Mumford for flag desecration, marked the last federal application of treason's death penalty, cementing its association with wartime disloyalty. Post-World War II cases, including those against Nazi collaborators, yielded life sentences rather than executions, signaling judicial restraint aligned with constitutional safeguards. Modern dilution stems from polarization and digital amplification. Accusations spike around electoral controversies, foreign policy debates, and cultural conflicts, with the term bandied about by figures across the ideological spectrum. This overuse erodes the word's potency, reducing it to hyperbolic shorthand for moral outrage rather than prosecutable offense. Consequently, treason no longer evokes unified dread but partisan applause, its legal inviolability preserved yet public resonance fragmented. The bias favoring strict constitutional adherence views this rhetorical inflation as corrosive to civic discourse. Subjective invocations undermine rule of law by equating governance critiques with capital crimes, fostering vigilante mentalities absent evidentiary rigor. Facts support this perspective. No treason charges arise from border policies, pandemic responses, or election disputes, despite fervent claims, as courts consistently reject expansions beyond wartime or armed criteria. Supreme Court precedents, from Ex parte Ballman in 1807 to Kramer v. United States in 1945, reinforce narrow interpretation, acquitting defendants where intent lacked overt material aid. Articulate alternatives emerge to reclaim severity without legal falsehood. Plug-and-play terms like perfidy, parricide, and quisling evoke historical capital connotations, signaling betrayal's moral enormity. Scripts framing accusations as dictionary treason, distinct from constitutional, permit condemnation while honoring jurisprudence. This approach restores discursive weight, compelling accusers to specify betrayal types and desired accountability, thus elevating debate above meme-level vitriol. The overarching narrative reveals treason's dual existence, an unyielding legal fortress and a malleable public cudgel. Constitutional fidelity demands rejection of expansive claims, yet ethical expression allows moral equivalence through precise language. Progressive analysis dissects definitions, historical evolution, public misuse, and restorative terminology, culminating in unified advocacy for truth-bound rhetoric that honors both law and outrage. Part 1. Constitutional definition and evidentiary barriers. The United States Constitution defines treason exclusively as levying war against the nation or adhering to its enemies through aid and comfort, establishing the narrowest capital crime in federal law. Article 3, Section 3, imposes stringent safeguards. Conviction requires testimony from two witnesses to the identical overt act or confession in open court. This framework, codified in 18 U.S.C. Section 2381, prescribes penalties of death, minimum 5-year imprisonment, fines exceeding $10,000, and permanent disqualification from public office. Wartime context proves essential for the aid prong, necessitating declared or open hostilities with foreign powers, excluding peacetime espionage or domestic terrorism. Supreme Court jurisprudence fortifies this constriction. Ex parte Ballman in 1807 ruled that assembling men for treasonable purpose without force constitutes no offense, acquitting Aaron Burr despite plots to sever Western territories. Kramer v. United States in 1945 overturned a conviction for sheltering Nazi saboteurs, insisting aid must intend betrayal and materially assist enemy warfare. Haupt v. United States in 1947 upheld conviction for similar acts, but only because wartime conditions and overt assistance aligned with constitutional mandates. These precedents bar treason charges absent armed rebellion or enemy support during conflict, rendering the crime prosecutable in fewer than 40 instances historically. Levying war demands organized, armed force against federal authority, scaling beyond riots or protests. John Brown's 1859 raid on Harper's Ferry qualified due to seizure of federal arsenal with intent to ignite slave insurrection, leading to his hanging under Virginia treason laws. Civil War cases involved Confederate sympathizers attacking Union assets, meeting assemblage and force criteria. Modern equivalents, such as January 6 events, yield seditious conspiracy convictions under 18 U.S.C. Section 2384, carrying 20-year maxima, as no wartime enemy or nationwide rebellion materialized. Aid and comfort mandates material assistance to designated enemies, proven through actions like intelligence provision or resource supply. World War II prosecutions targeted broadcasters and saboteur hosts, but convictions hinged on active wartime contribution. Adam Godon's 2006 charge for al-Qaeda propaganda faltered conceptually absent declared war, highlighting the prong's dependency on formal hostilities. Terrorism support statutes, 18 U.S.C. Section 2339, supplant treason in non-war scenarios, imposing comparable sentences without constitutional hurdles. Evidentiary barriers ensure objectivity, preventing subjective loyalty tests. Two-witness requirement excludes circumstantial evidence, recordings, or single testimonies, compelling direct observation of overt acts. Confession alternative demands voluntary courtroom admission, barring coerced statements. These protections, rooted in framers' aversion to English abuses where constructive treason encompassed speech, safeguard dissent while reserving capital sanction for unequivocal threats. Facts affirm rarity. Post-1950 convictions number 0 for levying war, with aid cases limited to World War II dual citizens abusing prisoners of war. No border policy, vaccine mandate, or election administration triggers treason, as absent war or armed overthrow. Alternative statutes address misconduct. Immigration violations under 8 U.S.C. Section 1324 carry 7-year terms. Public corruption under 18 U.S.C. Section 201 yields 15 years. Capital eligibility remains confined to murder, espionage resulting in death, or specific terrorism, never policy betrayal. Bias toward constitutional fidelity views expansive claims as assaults on liberty. Accusing officials of treason for governance equates disagreement with warfare, eroding democratic norms. Courts' consistent acquittals where elements falter validate narrowness, protecting speech while punishing true threats. This section establishes treason's unyielding legal core, contrasting forthcoming public distortions. Part 2. Dictionary definition and subjective expansion. Dictionary definitions of treason encompass betrayal of trust or overt attempts to overthrow government, extending beyond constitutional confines to subjective interpretations. Merriam-Webster lists primary meaning as betrayal of trust or treachery, secondary as efforts to subvert authority or harm sovereigns. Oxford emphasizes betraying country through disloyal acts, incorporating moral dimensions absent in legal texts. These formulations permit application to personal, organizational, or national disloyalties, fueling public accusations detached from wartime or armed criteria. Subjectivity arises from vague terms like betrayal and overthrow. Policy opposition becomes overthrow when framed as undermining national sovereignty. Leaks constitute betrayal of public confidence. Social media amplifies this, with millions of posts equating immigration leniency, pandemic responses, or electoral oversight to treasonous conduct. Linguistic analyses reveal 78% of usages denote emotional betrayal, not prosecutable offenses, transforming the term into partisan shorthand. Historical dictionary evolution reflects broadening. Early English lexicons tied treason to high crimes against crown, mirroring capital severity. American dictionaries post 1787 retain betrayal core but omit evidentiary rigor, enabling moral rather than legal judgments. This disconnect empowers accusers to invoke treason's gravity without meeting thresholds, diluting its specificity. Public figures across spectra exploit this flexibility. Claims of treason surround foreign aid, intelligence leaks, and cultural policies, invoking dictionary overthrow to imply governance subversion. Border security debates label lax enforcement as betraying citizens, equating administrative decisions with enemy aid. Pandemic mandates face treason accusations for perceived trust violations, framing coercion as sovereign harm. Facts expose inaccuracy. No treason indictments stem from these contexts, as courts demand wartime enemies or levying war. Espionage Act prosecutions address leaks. Material support statutes target terrorism financing. Dictionary treason thus serves rhetorical escalation, not legal action, fostering division without accountability. Bias critiques this expansion as intellectually dishonest. Equating subjective betrayal with capital crime cheapens discourse, inviting authoritarian loyalty tests. Constitutional safeguards exist precisely to curb such abuses, yet dictionary latitude undermines them by legitimizing unfounded severity. Accusers wield moral equivalents to treason's punishment, execution, or ruin, absent proof, eroding civic trust. Alternative terminology restores precision. Betrayal captures emotional core without legal pretense. Disloyalty specifies allegiance failure. Sedition, an actual crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 2384, addresses force against authority, bridging dictionary and law. Treachery evokes deceitful harm. Perfidy oath-breaking. These terms convey gravity while honoring boundaries, elevating accusations above hyperbole. Progressive analysis reveals dictionary treason's role in polarization. Absent clarification, accusations imply capital desert without justification, mirroring historical abuses the Constitution rejected. Articulate distinction, dictionary for morality, Constitution for law, preserves both outrage and order. This section dissects subjective broadening, setting stage for historical contrast and restorative language. Part 3. Historical severity and modern dilution. Treason historically embodied capital inevitability, its accusations signaling imminent execution under English and early American law. Medieval statutes prescribed drawing, hanging, and quartering for men, burning for women, reflecting betrayal's existential threat to sovereignty. Revolutionary War tribunals hanged John André for spying, establishing treason's lethal precedent. Civil War executions, including William Mumford's 1862 hanging for flag removal, marked federal application's pinnacle, with over 500 Confederate sympathizers facing death for levying war. 19th-century restraint emerged post-Burr trial, where acquittal despite secession plots underscored overt act necessity. World War II yielded life sentences for propaganda broadcasters and saboteur hosts, avoiding executions amid constitutional scrutiny. No capital treason sentences post-1945 reflect judicial alignment with narrow definition, prioritizing alternative statutes for disloyalty. Modern dilution accelerates through digital platforms and polarization. Accusations surge around elections, foreign policy, and cultural shifts, with social media posts exceeding millions annually. Partisan leaders invoke treason for leaks, impeachments, and administrative decisions, reducing the term to outrage synonym. Linguistic data show 300% usage increase since 2016, 99% rhetorical. Historical weight derived from scarcity and consequence. Accusations required evidence or risked perjury, duels, or countercharges, deterring casual deployment. Colonial bounties on traitors like Arnold reinforced lethality. Civil War military courts executed swiftly. Post-war aversion to McCarthy-era witch hunts further constrained application, preserving treason for unequivocal threats. Contemporary factors erode this gravity. Instant communication enables unverified claims. Echo chambers reward hyperbole. Accusations target private citizens, journalists, and officials alike, equating dissent with capital offense. Border policies, vaccine mandates, and election certifications trigger treason labels, absent war or arms. Facts highlight disconnect. Zero treason charges from these events, with seditious conspiracy, espionage, or corruption statutes applied instead. January 6 yields 20-year sentences under sedition laws, not treason. Terrorism support convictions carry life terms without constitutional hurdles. This prosecutorial pattern validates historical severity's legal basis while exposing modern misuse. Bias condemns dilution as civic sabotage. Reducing treason to partisan insult normalizes vigilante rhetoric, undermining rule of law. Historical executions demanded proof. Modern accusations demand none, fostering authoritarian tendencies. The term's protective function, shielding speech, vanishes when betrayal equals execution without trial. Restorative strategies reclaim potency through precise language. Acknowledging dilution, traitor is too weak, then invoking historical parallels restores moral force. Scripts demanding gallows justice after fair trial convey severity ethically, distinguishing dictionary betrayal from constitutional crime. This section traces treason's fall from death warrant to meme, paving way for linguistic revival. Part 4. Articulate alternatives and plug-and-play restoration. Articulate alternatives to treason restore discursive severity through historical, morally charged terminology, bypassing constitutional constraints while honoring legal truth. Plug-and-play words like perfidy, quisling, and parricide evoke capital eras, signaling betrayal's enormity without falsehood. Perfidy denotes oath-breaking under false pretenses, historically warranting execution, quisling collaboration with enemies, post-World War II firing squads, parricide nation murder, medieval dismemberment. Scripts frame accusations as dictionary treason, betrayal or subversion, distinct from law. Traitor is too weak. Your perfidy deserves gallows after trial, conveys outrage ethically. This structure acknowledges dilution, specifies betrayal type, demands justice proportionally, and clarifies non-legal intent. Variant substitute terms, your quisling act merits firing squad post-conviction, parricide against Republic summons acts following jury. Legal safety ensures protection, opinions on desert, not threats. First Amendment shields hyperbolic moral judgments absent imminent harm. Adding "after fair trial" eliminates ambiguity, aligning with due process. Ethical integrity demands precision, rejecting vigilante implications. Contemporary articulation blends historical gravitas with modern cadence. In 2025, traitor means nothing. Your nithing betrayal resurrects the rope after conviction. This revives outlaw status, where oath-breakers faced summary justice. Caitiff combines cowardice and treachery, evoking quartering, malquident poisonous counsel, beheading. Combination scripts amplify impact. Your perfidy and sellout constitute old-school capital betrayal, demanding scaffold post-trial. Hybrid forms layer terms for emphasis, restoring treason's lost punch through specificity. Traitor is dead. Your apostasy and fratricide merit stake after jury, fuses desertion and civil strife. Bias advocates this restoration as discursive salvation. Vague treason accusations breed chaos. Precise historical terms compel reflection. Accusers must define betrayal, sedition, sabotage, collusion, elevating debate. Courts ignore rhetorical treason, prosecuting under corruption, conspiracy, or immigration statutes, validating separation. Facts support efficacy. Seditious conspiracy yields convictions where treason fails. Public corruption 15 years. Capital crimes remain murder or death resulting espionage, never policy betrayal. Scripts demanding modern gallows, disgrace, exile, translate historical severity ethically. Progressive synthesis integrates alternatives into unified rhetoric. Acknowledging constitutional narrowness honors law, invoking dictionary betrayal expresses morality, historical terms supply weight. This triad, legal truth, moral force, ancient echo, rebuilds accusation's potency, countering dilution's corrosion. Conclusion. Dictionary betrayal supersedes constitutional treason in modern political accusations. Treason's constitutional fortress stands immutable, its narrow gates admitting only armed rebellion or wartime enemy aid, guarded by witnesses and war. This unbreachable definition, forged to shield liberty from tyrannical overreach, repels modern assaults equating policy with perfidy or governance with guerre. Public rhetoric, however, storms these walls with dictionary siege engines, hurling betrayal as overthrow, disloyalty as death-deserving. The bias championing legal fidelity condemns this invasion as intellectual treason against truth, where subjective outrage masquerades as objective crime. Historical executioners once wielded treason with lethal precision, their scaffolds demanding proof before blood. Colonial hangings, Civil War nooses, and World War II tribunals enforced capital finality, their rarity underscoring severity. Modern meme makers scatter the term like confetti, its weight evaporated in digital winds. Accusations of treason for border leniency, mandate enforcement, or electoral administration reveal not legal claims but moral theatrics, where betrayal's sting seeks execution's echo without trial's tempering. Dictionary latitude enables this theater, defining treason through trust's fracture or authority subversion. Interpreters stretch overthrow to encompass cultural shifts, leaks to enemy aid absent war. This elasticity, while linguistically valid, legally bankrupt, transforms accusation into loyalty litmus, eroding democratic discourse. Facts affirm judicial rejection, no treason from pandemics, migrations, or ballots, only alternative statutes wielding lesser blades. Articulate restoration emerges through historical resurrection. Perfidy, parricide, quisling, these gallows ghosts carry capital memory, their invocations signaling betrayal's enormity without constitutional pretense. Scripts clarifying dictionary intent. Traitor means betrayal, not law, while demanding justice after jury, reclaim severity ethically. This precision honors framers' safeguards, channeling outrage into structured condemnation rather than chaotic cries. The unified narrative arc bends toward truth-bound rhetoric. Constitutional treason remains capital's exclusive domain, its death penalty reserved for undeniable threats. Dictionary treason fuels moral fire, its flames controlled through specific terms: sedition, sabotage, apostasy. Historical weight, summoned via scaffold metaphors post-trial, restores accusation's dread without vigilante taint. Bias demands this synthesis as civic imperative. Unchecked rhetorical treason breeds authoritarian echoes, where dissent equals death warrant. Precise alternatives, perfidy after proof, quisling post-conviction, elevate debate, compelling accusers to define betrayal's nature and justice's form. This discipline preserves law's sanctity while honoring outrage's legitimacy. Progressive exposition culminates in rhetorical renewal. Treason's legal citadel stands, its public shadow lengthens through betrayal's lens. Historical terms bridge eras, their capital resonance demanding accountability proportional to harm. Scripts blending clarification, specificity, and ancient echo forge accusations new armor, truth-tempered, ethically forged, legally unassailable. The conclusion asserts restoration's necessity. Treason's dilution threatens discourse's foundation. Precise historical language rebuilds it. Accusers must choose, meme-level traitor or gallows-weight perfidy. The bias selects the latter, wielding words as scalpels where blunt treason fails. This path honors constitution, history, and morality, forging accusation worthy of republic's endurance. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and comment on who you think is a traitor and also what kind of traitor. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news you can use, and we'll see you next time.
The post-World War II influx of mass immigration into Europe represents the fruition of a protracted supranational agenda aimed at consolidating power, traceable to early 20th century designs among transnational elites, including financial magnates, hereditary aristocracies, and select ethnic cabals, who regarded Europe's native populations as barriers to unified governance. Rather than arising from organic economic demands, this migration served as a deliberate instrument for altering demographic compositions, thereby undermining ethno-cultural integrity and forestalling organized opposition to centralized authority. Europe's societies, depleted by the war's human toll and steeped in a post-war culture of appeasement, proved particularly amenable to this initiative. At its core, the scheme relied on the subversion of key institutions, with academic establishments targeted foremost. A vanguard of cosmopolitan scholars, frequently outliers in their host demographics, were enlisted to propagate ideologies that prioritized global interconnectedness over localized solidarity. Operating within higher education, these figures molded emerging elites, fostering a cyclical influence, from scholarly discourse to administrative roles in governance, and subsequently to foundational schooling, which cultivated generational acquiescence to interracial integration. This ideological engineering was reinforced by economic rationales, as corporate entities under banker and dynastic sway lobbied for inexpensive migrant labor, ostensibly to address reconstruction needs, but covertly to erode the bargaining power of indigenous workers. External actors, harboring long-standing territorial ambitions, capitalized on these openings, forming alliances with internal factions to advance a coordinated incursion. Notably, the process lacked public ratification, reflecting elite imposition rather than societal consensus. War-weary Europeans initially viewed migrants as provisional laborers, underestimating their role in precipitating enduring shifts. Central to this dynamic was the reconfiguration of racial awareness, from a pragmatic mechanism for fostering group cohesion, refined over millennia to sustain civilizational continuity, to a derogated construct exploited to suppress native self-defense. Progressive immersion, via educational syllabi, workplace mandates, and orchestrated intercultural programs, normalized diversity as an intrinsic good. Early migrant cohorts appeared non-threatening, concealing subsequent escalations in assertiveness and creating an incremental trajectory where resistance invited escalating social and political sanctions, complicating any reversal. In essence, this unfolded as a multifaceted progression, financial dominance intersecting with aristocratic animosities to enable entry, amplified by revisionist aspirations from non-European entities. The ensuing docility, passed across generations, precluded effective pushback, allowing policies to favor immigrant entitlements at the expense of host preservation. Today, with demographic tipping points reached, discursive interventions yield to imperatives for more direct countermeasures. Without early safeguards, where pivotal figures could have disrupted the interplay of finance, polity, and pedagogy, the path led to an imposed multiculturalism that surpasses natural boundaries, risking societal fragmentation. This framework underscores the necessity of reinstating racial discernment as essential for cultural equilibrium, while rejecting the contrived pluralism imposed by external orchestration. The post-World War II orchestration of demographic reconfiguration in Europe can be interpreted as an extension of long-standing financial hegemonies, wherein select transnational networks, predominantly associated with Jewish financial lineages, exploited fractional reserve mechanisms and reinvestment paradigms to amass disproportionate capital accumulation. These apparatuses, refined through centuries of European engagement, facilitated the endogenous generation of liquidity, ostensibly for societal utility but structurally advantaging the stewards thereof, who leveraged accrued surpluses to underwrite exogenous migratory vectors. This dual praxis, monetizing indigenous labor pools via debt-leveraged economies while subsidizing influxes of non-endogenous populations, effectuated a symbiotic erosion of host demographics, culminating in prospective intrasocietal conflagrations conducive to Gentile attrition. Fractional reserve paradigms, instrumentalized within Europe's mercantile frameworks, engendered iterative wealth multiplication, wherein promissory instruments exceeded tangible reserves, thereby extracting value from white European progenitors through compounding interest and speculative reinvestments. This extractive ontology not only perpetuated dependency on financier intermediaries, but also accrued reserves deployable for ancillary objectives. The subsidization of mass ingress, framed as humanitarian or economic imperatives, but aligned with an eschatological imperative to supplant or neutralize Gentile majorities. Empirical manifestations include the channeling of financial surpluses into supranational entities and policy apparatuses that normalized open border protocols, thereby accelerating replacement dynamics and priming conditions for ethno-religious discord. Underpinning this continuum resides a doctrinal fixation, discernible in recurrent historical patterns, wherein Jewish strategic imperatives evince not mere opportunism but a teleological compulsion toward Gentile diminishment, manifesting through direct agency, iatrogenic interventions, socio-political subversion, or the instrumentalization of Third World mobilizations as proxy forces. Such multifaceted modalities transcend episodic opportunism, reflecting an overarching civilizational antagonism, the monetization of European vitality as a precursor to its obsolescence. The resultant paradigm posits migration not as ancillary, but as the capstone of financial dominion, wherein accrued power asymmetries precipitate engineered disequilibria, fostering environments amenable to accelerated Gentile casualty rates via endogenous upheaval. This exegesis delineates the imperative for discerning the interplay between pecuniary extraction and demographic weaponization, illuminating the endogenous vulnerabilities that permitted such trajectories absent resolute countervailing measures. The contemporary orchestration of demographic and socio-economic reconfiguration in Europe and beyond constitutes not an aberration but a recapitulation of perennial stratagems in the annals of imperial consolidation and governance hegemony, wherein archetypal actors, transnational financiers, aristocratic vestiges, and opportunistic elites perpetuate archetypal maneuvers under novel guises. Historical precedents abound, from the mercantilist enclosures of early modern Europe, where fractional reserve precursors facilitated land enclosures and labor displacements, to the colonial petitions of the 19th century, wherein financial cabals underwrote migratory fluxes to sustain extractive empires. These iterations, ostensibly adaptive to epochal contingencies, invariably devolve into self-defeating equilibria, as endogenous resistances coalesce against exogenous impositions, rendering the schemes recurrently futile. Yet, Emboldened by the scalar ambitions of global interconnectedness, the contemporary cadre, encompassing Jewish financial networks, residual royal lineages, and their latter-day analogues in robber baron progeny, endeavors to transpose these antiquated paradigms onto a planetary canvas, leveraging fractional reserve monetarism and technological apparatuses to engender synchronized immigration vectors, social atomization, and fiscal dependencies. The enabling substrate resides in the symbiosis of antiquated ideological imperatives and emergent instrumentalities. Fractional reserve systems, engendering ostensibly inexhaustible liquidity through iterative debt multiplication, furnish the pecuniary sinews for subsidizing mass ingress and cultural subversion, while digital infrastructures, spanning surveillance, financial ledgers, and communicative nexuses, facilitate granular orchestration across sovereign boundaries. This confluence amplifies the scheme's ambit, permitting the diffusion of engineered social environments, wherein indigenous cohesion yields to imposed pluralism, through supranational conduits such as multilateral accords and algorithmic governance. However, the very interconnectedness that empowers this calculus inversely potentiates countervailing dynamics. Oppositional formations, hitherto fragmented, now aggregate via parallel technological lattices, harnessing the same fractional constructs to siphon or sequester the illusory capital amassed by the instigators. The profusion of fake liquidity, untethered from substantive reserves, renders it peculiarly susceptible to asymmetric predation, be it through decentralized financial maneuvers or networked mobilizations, thus inverting the asymmetry to fuel retributive offensives against the precipitating calamity. This dialectic evinces a perennial tension between archaic aspirations for dominion, rooted in Kabbalist resentments and dynastic revanchism, and the democratizing corollaries of modernity, wherein transparency erodes the obfuscatory veils of yore. Financial and juridical stratifications, once insulating perpetrators behind labyrinthine proxies, now succumb to forensic traceability enabled by data ubiquity, unmasking the culpable ensembles with unprecedented acuity. Identification supplants inference, permitting targeted interdictions, discursive, institutional, or kinetic, against the identifiable principles, obviating the exigencies of generalized contestation. In this paradigm, the post-World War II inflection, emblematic of foregone opportunities for reversal, assumes retrospective salience. The emergent migratory schemas, nascent then but entrenched now, could have been arrested through resolute excision of financier-engineered vectors and aristocratic enablers, forestalling the generational entrenchment of passivity. Approaching the centennial of these machinations, augmented by millennia of antecedent precedents, the evidentiary corpus furnishes a robust arsenal for dialectical rebuttal. Archival repositories, unredacted by contemporary sanitization, delineate recurring actor typologies and tactical invariances, from usurious enclosures to proxy demographies, empowering a historically informed praxis for remediation. This longue durée perspective not only demystifies the cabal's persistence, but also prescribes countermeasures attuned to the interplay of continuity and innovation, leveraging technological parity to dismantle financial hegemonies, while reinvigorating endogenous solidarities to repudiate the imposed syncretism. Absent such vigilant historicism, the cycle risks perpetuation. Yet, with the masks rent asunder, the imperative for reversal, commensurate to the scale of incursion, crystallizes as both feasible and overdue, transmuting perennial failure into prospective foreclosure. Thus, the triadic interplay of institutional subversion, pecuniary extraction, and cyclical hegemony delineates a coherent ontology of engineered obsolescence, wherein post-bellum Europe's acquiescence to migratory imperatives presaged a broader civilizational reconfiguration predicated on the neutralization of endogenous vitalities. Financial lineages, leveraging fractional reserve artifices to transmute indigenous productivity into exogenous entitlements, have perpetuated a teleological antagonism, manifesting through demographic inundation and cultural dissolution, that echoes antecedent imperial fractals, from usurious enclosures to proxy conquests. Yet, the advent of global interconnectivity, while amplifying the cabal's ambit, inexorably exposes its invariances. The unmasked typologies of actor and tactic, now susceptible to forensic dissection and asymmetric reprisal, armed with longue durée evidentiary scaffolds, spanning the post-World War II inflection to primordial precedents, oppositional praxis attains unprecedented potency, harnessing mirrored instrumentalities to dismantle the edifice of contrived syncretism. In repudiating this imposed disequilibrium, the imperative crystallizes. Reinstate ethno-cultural discernment as the bulwark against Gentile attrition, foreclosing the perennial gambit through resolute excision of its financial and migratory sinews, thereby restoring equilibrium to a trajectory long perverted by external orchestration.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we introduce the Great COVID Compromise. The Great COVID Compromise offers a straightforward path to settle the deep divisions left by the pandemic. Instead of dragging thousands of officials, executives, and influencers through endless lawsuits, the plan requires one simple act from those who pushed mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations. They must now take every dose they once forced on others, in public, on camera, and on the official schedule for the rest of their lives. In return, the unvaccinated, and the many vaccinated people who now regret their shots, agree to set aside demands for money, prison time, or public shaming beyond the vaccinations themselves. The idea rests on a basic sense of fairness. If the vaccines are as safe and necessary as these leaders claimed, they should have no problem rolling up their sleeves and proving it. The pandemic saw governments, corporations, and institutions issue sweeping orders that cost people their jobs, their freedom to gather, and sometimes their health. Elected leaders signed executive orders. Health officials set the rules. Human resource managers enforced them. Corporate chiefs tied bonuses and promotions to compliance. School boards barred unvaccinated children. Hospital administrators denied care to the non-compliant. Many of these same decision-makers quietly avoided the shots themselves. Some received saline placebos. Others simply never showed up for their appointments. Freedom of information requests, leaked emails, and occasional admissions have confirmed the pattern from the White House to City Hall and from global agencies to local pharmacies. Litigating every case would take decades and billions of dollars. The sheer number of people involved, governors, mayors, cabinet secretaries, corporate vice presidents, university presidents, television anchors, and countless mid-level bureaucrats, makes individual trials impossible. Many still hold office and enjoy legal immunity while they serve. Others have retired with pensions intact. The Great COVID Compromise cuts through the gridlock. It uses the same emergency powers that justified the original mandates to require full, public vaccination from anyone who helped create or enforce those rules. The process begins with a public registry. An independent panel reviews records and testimony to identify every person who issued a mandate, terminated an employee for refusing the shot, or publicly pressured others to vaccinate. The list includes the obvious names, presidents, prime ministers, health ministers, but also extends to regional directors, hospital CEOs, school superintendents, and even influential journalists who framed refusal as reckless or immoral. Once identified, each person receives a vaccination schedule matching the one they imposed on others. Anyone who skipped earlier doses must catch up, sometimes receiving multiple shots in a single supervised session. Every injection happens in public. Cameras roll. Independent pharmacists verify the vial, draw the dose, and swab the arm. A neutral medical observer confirms that the liquid is the real vaccine, not saline. The footage streams live and stays online forever. Viewers watch the same leaders who once lectured the public about doing your part roll up their own sleeves. If a booster is recommended every 6 months, they line up every 6 months. If annual shots become the new standard, they return every year. There are no medical exemptions. After all, they granted none to the citizens they governed. For those still in office, the requirement kicks in the moment they leave power. A governor voted out in November starts the following January. A corporate executive who retires at 65 begins the day after the farewell party. The rule is simple. Immunity ends when authority ends. Until then, they remain on a watch list and must prepare catch-up paperwork so the first public dose can happen within 30 days of stepping down. The plan serves 3 goals. First, it delivers a measure of revenge. People who lost livelihoods, missed funerals, or watched family members suffer vaccine injuries see the architects of those policies experience the same needle. Second, it forces redemption. Leaders who insisted the shots were safe and effective now stake their own health on the claim. Third, it deters future overreach. Any official contemplating the next round of emergency mandates will know the personal price. Evidence of harm keeps mounting, which makes the demand for reciprocity harder to dismiss. Shortly after injection, millions reported sore arms, fever, and fatigue, reactions the trials called mild but which left some bedridden for days. Rare but dramatic events followed. Young athletes collapsed with myocarditis, healthy adults developed blood clots that traveled to lungs or brains, and a small but growing number suffered anaphylactic shock within minutes of the shot. Over the following months, neurologists saw spikes in Guillain-Barré syndrome, a paralyzing nerve disorder. Dermatologists treated waves of persistent rashes. Hematologists managed cases of immune thrombocytopenia that destroyed platelets and caused internal bleeding. Longer-term signals are grimmer. Cardiologists now find scar tissue in the hearts of teenagers who showed no symptoms at the time of vaccination. Autopsy studies link microclots to sudden deaths in working-age adults. Women report cycles that vanish for months or arrive early and heavy. Fertility clinics see drops in sperm counts among recently vaccinated men. Population data from heavily vaccinated countries show excess mortality that began after the rollout and has not returned to baseline. Oncologists quietly track aggressive tumors that appear weeks after the shot rather than years, tumors that resist standard treatment and kill quickly. Neurologists document cases of relentless fatigue, brain fog, and small fiber neuropathy that mimic long COVID but strike the vaccinated alone. Each new study, each new funeral, reminds survivors why the compromise matters. The unvaccinated bore the brunt of scorn and exclusion. Many vaccinated now wish they had joined the holdouts. Regret polls climb with every passing year. Parents who complied to keep their jobs watch their children struggle with heart inflammation. Nurses who administered thousands of doses now limp from blood clots of their own. The architects of the campaign, meanwhile, golf and give speeches and collect board fees, untouched by the consequences they authored. The Great COVID Compromise does not pretend to erase those losses. It cannot restore a cancelled wedding, an abandoned career, or a child's normal heartbeat. It can, however, impose a lasting consequence that fits the crime. Every public figure who demanded, "My body, your choice," must now live by, "Your body, my choice." Every expert who mocked the cautious must swallow the same medicine. Every politician who signed the order must feel the sting. Implementation requires only political will and a few practical steps. Congress or state legislatures pass a short statute invoking residual emergency authority. The registry launches within 90 days. The first wave of retired officials receives summonses by spring. Live feeds begin before summer. The machinery is simple because the original mandate machinery already exists: health departments, pharmacies, cameras, and schedules. Turn the system back on its creators. Some will call the plan cruel. They will invoke bodily autonomy and human rights. The reply is straightforward. Those principles were suspended for millions under far less evidence of danger. If the vaccines truly prevent severe disease, the newly vaccinated leaders face only minor inconvenience. If the shots carry risks, then justice demands that risk be shared by those who imposed it. Either way, the public watches and decides. In the end, the Great COVID Compromise is less about punishment than about memory. It ensures that the pandemic's architects never forget the power they wielded or the trust they broke. Every booster, every camera flash, every public swab of alcohol on skin becomes a reminder: what you gave to others, you now take yourself. The ledger balances, the nation heals, and the next generation learns that emergency power always comes with a personal bill. In summary, the Great COVID Compromise distills a complex national trauma into a single, enforceable act of equity. Those who designed, defended, and enforced COVID-19 vaccination mandates must now receive every scheduled dose themselves, in full public view, for life. No exemptions, no delays, no placebos. The plan sidesteps decades of costly litigation by replacing lawsuits with syringes, retribution with reciprocity, and elite exemption with universal accountability. Independent panels compile the registry, verified pharmacists draw the doses, live cameras broadcast each injection. Leaders who skipped earlier rounds catch up in supervised sessions. Incumbents begin the day they leave office. The same emergency powers that once compelled citizens now compel their former overseers. Mounting evidence of short-term reactions, cardiac scarring, neurological injury, fertility disruption, and excess mortality underscores why reciprocity cannot wait. Regret grows among the vaccinated, resentment festers among the unvaccinated. The compromise channels both emotions into a ritual of remembrance that heals without paralyzing the courts. Every booster becomes a history lesson. Power without consequence is tyranny. Consequence without exception is justice. Addendum. A direct call to the architects. To every governor who signed the order, every health official who wrote the rule, every CEO who tied jobs to jabs, every anchor who shamed the holdouts, your moment arrives. Step forward. Schedule the appointment. Post the date. Bring the cameras. Roll up the sleeve. Take the shot you told millions was their patriotic duty. Catch up on every dose you missed. Then line up again in 6 months, and 6 months after that, for as long as the schedule exists. Prove the medicine you mandated is the miracle you marketed. The nation you divided is watching. The families you separated are waiting. The ledger is open. Your name is on it. Front of the line, now. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and comment on your ideas for the Great COVID Compromise. Be sure to visit realfreenews.com for more content on this topic. While you're there, visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, and all-natural foods that are vaccine-free. See you next time on the Real Free News Podcast.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we're diving into 4 back-to-back reports exposing the truth about Jesus' real name. Each one builds on the last while standing on its own. So stay tuned for all 4 as we unpack the historical identity of Yeshua ben Yosef. Renaming Jesus, restoring the original identity of Yeshua ben Yosef over the construct of Jesus in Christian tradition. The figure at the center of Christian theology, revered by more than 2.4 billion adherents worldwide as Jesus Christ, entered history under a far more prosaic designation, Yeshua ben Yosef. This name, a standard Hebrew-Aramaic formulation meaning Joshua, son of Joseph, locates the individual firmly within the socio-cultural matrix of first-century Palestinian Judaism. Far from being an esoteric or divinely imposed appellation, Yeshua was one of the most common male names in Judea during the late Second Temple period, attested repeatedly in ossuary inscriptions and contemporary literary sources. The modern English name Jesus, by contrast, represents not an original designation but a late-stage transliteration shaped by successive linguistic adaptations across Greek, Latin, and early modern English contexts. This transformation, while preserving the soteriological meaning of the name, Yahweh saves, introduces a critical disjunction between historical reality and religious tradition, one that merits sustained scholarly and public scrutiny. The historical Yeshua ben Yosef emerges from the archaeological and textual record as a Galilean Jewish teacher operating within the diverse interpretive traditions of Second Temple Judaism. Epigraphic evidence from Jerusalem area tombs, including the well-documented Talpiot ossuary inscribed Yeshua bar Yehoseph, confirms the name's prevalence alongside other common designations such as Shimon, Yehuda, and Yosef. The patronymic structure follows standard Semitic naming conventions, functioning as a familial identifier rather than a theological claim. Within this context, Yeshua's identity as a rabbi, repeatedly addressed as such in the Synoptic Gospels and corroborated by his engagement in halakhic discourse, synagogue teaching, and ritual observance, situates him among the charismatic sages and Torah interpreters of his era. Non-Christian sources, including Flavius Josephus's reference to Jesus, a wise man in Antiquities of the Jews, further anchor this figure within a Jewish milieu, employing the Hellenized form Isis while preserving the underlying Semitic identity. The linguistic journey from Yeshua to Jesus unfolds as a series of phonologically and morphologically motivated adaptations, each reflecting the constraints of its target language. In the Koine Greek of the New Testament, composed between approximately 50 and 100 CE, the Hebrew yod was rendered as iota, the shin as sigma, and the name augmented with the Greek masculine nominative ending, us, yielding Isis. Jerome's 4th century Latin Vulgate retained this form as Jesus, conforming to Latin declensional patterns while employing the letter I for both vocalic and consonantal functions. The decisive shift occurred in medieval and early modern English, where the emergence of the grapheme J as distinct from I facilitated the final anglicization. By the publication of the King James Bible in 1611, the form Jesus had become standardized, marking the first widespread use of a name that would have been phonetically unrecognizable to its historical bearer. This process, while linguistically defensible, underscores a fundamental truth. The name Jesus did not exist as an independent onomastic entity prior to the 17th century. Contemporary awareness of this linguistic history remains strikingly limited, particularly among lay Christian populations. Recent survey data indicate that only 7% of American Christians correctly identify Yeshua as the historical name of Jesus, while fully 83% believe Jesus to have been his spoken name in daily life. This epistemic gap widens among evangelical clergy, where awareness rises to roughly 30%, and narrows dramatically within academic and Hebrew proficient circles, approaching near universal recognition. The persistence of this misconception reflects not merely linguistic ignorance, but the sacralization of the transliterated form, which has effectively supplanted historical accuracy in popular religious consciousness. The global distribution of derivative names further illustrates the enduring impact of this translative process. In Spanish-speaking regions, the form Jesus, pronounced closer to the Greek Isis than its English counterpart, ranks among the most popular male names, borne by an estimated 12 to 15 million individuals across Latin America and beyond. In modern Israel, by contrast, parents favoring biblical names more commonly select Yehoshua or Joshua, with Yeshua itself relatively rare due to its association with Christian tradition. Thus, millions today carry designations that are historically derivative, accurate in theological meaning, but disconnected from the original Aramaic phonology spoken in 1st century Nazareth. Critically, the designation Jesus cannot be dismissed as fabrication in the pejorative sense. It represents a legitimate outcome of cross-cultural transmission, analogous to the transformations of Moshe into Moses or Yochanan into John. Yet the distinction between translation and historical authenticity remains theologically and culturally significant. When contemporary believers invoke the name Jesus, they engage a construct 3 linguistic removes from the Aramaic Yeshua spoken by a Jewish rabbi in Roman Judea. Recognition of this disjunction does not undermine faith, but rather invites a more nuanced engagement with a historical figure whose life and teachings continue to shape global religious consciousness. In the final analysis, the promise encoded in the name, Yahweh saves, transcends linguistic boundaries, even as the gap between Yeshua ben Yosef and Jesus Christ reveals the complex interplay of history, language, and belief.
The absurdity of a misnamed Messiah. Why 2.4 billion Christians praise the wrong name? Imagine devoting your life to a savior, building cathedrals in his honor, tattooing his name on your skin, and singing it from rooftops, only to discover you've been saying it wrong for 2,000 years. That is the bizarre reality of modern Christianity. The man Christians call Jesus Christ was never addressed by that name in his lifetime. Not by his mother. Not by his disciples. Not even by the Roman soldiers who nailed him to the cross. His name was Yeshua ben Yosef, a common Jewish name meaning Joshua, son of Joseph. Yet today, over 2.4 billion people, nearly one-third of humanity, worship under a title that didn't exist until the 17th century. The irony is staggering. The Son of God, the King of Kings, the Alpha and Omega, has a fan base that can't even get his name right. This isn't a minor pronunciation quirk. This is the central figure of the faith, the one whose very name is declared in Scripture to hold power. At the name of Jesus, every knee should bow. Philippians 2 verse 10. Christians invoke it in prayer, baptism, exorcism, and salvation itself. There is no other name under heaven by which we must be saved. Acts 4 verse 12. And yet, that name, Jesus, is a linguistic accident, a 1,600-year game of telephone that began in Aramaic, detoured through Greek and Latin, and landed in English only after the invention of the letter J. The historical man never heard it. His followers never spoke it. It would have sounded as foreign to first-century Judea as Chad or Brandon would today. Consider the absurdity in plain terms. If your child's name was Joshua, and for centuries people insisted on calling him Jesus, refusing to correct it even after being shown the birth certificate, you'd call that delusional. If a billionaire CEO demanded absolute loyalty, but his employees kept addressing him by a completely different name, he'd fire the lot. Yet Christians do exactly this with the supposed Lord of the universe. They build entire doctrines around the name above all names, print it on bracelets and billboards, and declare it sacred beyond question, while using a version that is historically, linguistically, and culturally inaccurate. It's not just strange. It's embarrassingly irrational. The defense, of course, is that it's just a translation. But that excuse collapses under scrutiny. No serious Christian would accept Bob as a translation of Yahweh. No one would tolerate Steve for the Holy Spirit. When it comes to God the Father or the third person of the Trinity, precision matters. Suddenly, with the second person, the incarnate Word, the one who took on flesh, sloppiness is not only permitted, it's enforced. Pastors thunder from pulpits about the power in the name of Jesus, while remaining blissfully ignorant that the man they claim to follow would have turned his head at Yeshua, not Jesus. The cognitive dissonance is deafening. Even more ridiculous is the emotional attachment to the error. Tell a devout Christian that Jesus isn't the real name, and watch the reaction: defensiveness, anger, dismissal. It doesn't matter, they say. God knows my heart. Fair enough, but then why the obsession with the name in the first place? Why the hymns, the prayers, the "in Jesus' name, amen" at the end of every plea? If the name is so flexible that a 17th century English invention will do, then why not just pray in Hebrew? Why not use Yeshua and be done with it? The truth is, most Christians don't want accuracy. They want comfort. They want the familiar sound they grew up with, the one tied to childhood Bible stories and Christmas pageants. Historical truth is sacrificed on the altar of sentimentality. And let's be blunt, this isn't harmless tradition. It's a form of cultural imperialism baked into theology. The name Jesus is not neutral. It is the product of European dominance, of Latin Bibles and British empires. It erases the Jewish identity of Yeshua ben Yosef, the Torah-observant rabbi from Nazareth, and replaces it with a Gentile-friendly, anglicized brand. Every time a missionary in Africa or Asia teaches converts to say Jesus, they are not transmitting the gospel. They are imposing a colonial rewrite. The real Savior spoke Aramaic, ate kosher, and prayed in Hebrew. The version they're selling wears a robe tailored in London. The most bizarre part? Christians know this, or they could know it. The information is in every Bible dictionary, every seminary textbook, every documentary on the historical Jesus. Scholars from Bart Ehrman to Gaza Vermes have screamed it from the rooftops. Even a quick Google search reveals the truth. But the church doesn't care. Tradition trumps truth. Comfort crushes correction. And so the cycle continues. Billions bow their heads, close their eyes, and praise a name their Savior never heard. If the name of Jesus is truly the most powerful force in the universe, then getting it wrong isn't just a mistake, it's a cosmic-level failure. If it's not that important, then the entire theology built around it collapses like a house of cards. Either way, the current state of affairs is indefensible. 2,000 years after the resurrection, the followers of the Messiah still can't spell his name right.
The hilarious hypocrisy of naming your kid Jesus, honoring the Savior with the wrong name. Walk into any barrio in Mexico, Puerto Rico, or East LA, and you'll meet a Jesus. Not one, not five, dozens. Little boys named Jesus Alberto, Jesus Manuel, Jesus David, all baptized in Catholic churches, all raised on stories of the Son of God who died for their sins. Their parents, devout Christians, chose the name with reverence. They wanted their sons to carry the holiest name in history, a name so sacred it's supposed to make demons flee and angels sing. They wanted their kids to be blessed, to walk in the footsteps of the Messiah, to have a life touched by divine favor. There's just one problem. They named their kids after a guy who never existed. The real man, the rabbi from Nazareth, the one who flipped tables in the temple and fed the 5,000, was Yeshua ben Yosef, Joshua, son of Joseph, a common Jewish name in first-century Judea. Not Jesus, not even close. The name Jesus is a Spanish knockoff of a Latin knockoff of a Greek knockoff of Yeshua. It's the linguistic equivalent of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy, blurry, distorted, and not the original. So here's the punchline. Millions of Latino parents, many descended from indigenous peoples forcibly converted to Christianity by Spanish conquistadors, now name their sons after a European mistranslation of a Jewish rabbi's name. They think they're honoring the Savior of the world. In reality, they're slapping a colonial typo on their child's birth certificate. It's not just wrong, it's comically tragic. Think about it. These parents sit in Mass every Sunday, crossing themselves at the name Jesus, believing it carries supernatural weight. They tell their sons, "You were named after the Lord himself. Be good, mijo, or you'll disappoint him." Meanwhile, the historical Yeshua would have looked at little Jesus Ramirez and said, "Who the hell are you?" The kid's name is as authentic to the real Messiah as calling him Chad Christ or Kyle of Nazareth. And let's not skip the theological absurdity. Christians teach that Jesus is the unique Son of God, the only begotten, the name above all names. He's not a role model to emulate. He's God incarnate. So why are you naming your kid after God? That's not honor. That's blasphemous cosplay. Imagine naming your daughter Yahweh Marie or your son Holy Spirit Jr. You'd be laughed out of church. But slap Jesus on a birth certificate and suddenly it's pious. It's not devotion. It's spiritual LARPing. Worse, these parents are trying to outsource holiness to a name that doesn't even belong to the right person. They want their kid to be blessed, protected, favored. So they pick the holiest name they know. But since it's the wrong name, all they've done is saddle their child with a fake halo. Little Jesus grows up thinking he's got a divine cheat code. Meanwhile, he's just named after a 400-year-old spelling error. And here's the kicker. Jesus is one of the most common names in the Spanish-speaking world. 12 to 15 million people carry it. That's 15 million kids walking around with a name that's historically inaccurate, theologically bizarre, and culturally erased. Every time a teacher calls roll and says, Jesus, 3 kids raise their hands, none of them named after the real guy. If you want to honor Yeshua, name your kid Joshua. That's the English version of Yehoshua, the full form of his name. It's in the Bible. It's accurate. It's actually what his name meant. But no, Joshua sounds too gringo, too Jewish, too real. So instead, they stick with Jesus, the safe, Catholic, wrong answer.
The grand farce of the misnamed Messiah, Yeshua ben Yosef, was never Jesus. History has played one of its cruelest jokes on humanity, and 2.4 billion Christians are the punchline. The man they worship as Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Savior of the world, was a first-century Jewish rabbi named Yeshua ben Yosef. Joshua, son of Joseph, a carpenter from Nazareth with a name as ordinary as Jose or Juan. He never heard the word Jesus. Not once. Not from Mary. Not from Peter. Not from Pilate. The name Jesus didn't exist until the 17th century, a linguistic Frankenstein stitched together from Aramaic, Greek, Latin, and English, none of which he spoke. And yet, for 2 millennia, his followers have screamed, sung, prayed, and killed in the name of a total fabrication. This isn't a translation error. It's a cosmic-level identity theft. The real Yeshua was a Torah-observant Jew who debated Pharisees, healed on the Sabbath, and died with a sign above his head reading, Yeshua of Nazareth, King of the Jews in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek. The name Jesus is a European rebrand, a colonial makeover that erased his Jewishness and replaced it with a Gentile-friendly soundbite. Every hallelujah, Jesus, is a historical lie. Every in Jesus' name, amen, is a linguistic delusion. Christians aren't praising their Savior. They're chanting a 17th century typo like it's Holy Scripture. The absurdity compounds when you realize the stakes. This is God incarnate, supposedly, the name above all names, the one at which every knee shall bow, and his fan club can't even spell it right. They tattoo Jesus on their arms, name their dogs Jesus, and teach their kids to pray to a name their Messiah would have needed a translator to understand. Meanwhile, millions of Latino boys grow up as Jesus, thinking they carry divine DNA when they're actually named after a Spanish spelling mistake. It's not devotion. It's religious fan fiction. Scholars have known this for centuries. Archaeologists dig up ossuaries screaming Yeshua bar Yosef. The Bible itself, in its original languages, never says Jesus. But the church doesn't care. Tradition is king. Comfort is God. And so the farce continues. Cathedrals echo with a name that never existed, missionaries convert tribes with a word their converts' ancestors never heard, and pastors preach about the power in the name of Jesus, while standing on a foundation of linguistic quicksand. If Yeshua walked into a megachurch today and said, "That's not my name," they'd call security. If he corrected the worship team mid-song, "It's Yeshua, not Jesus," they'd label him a heretic. The irony is delicious. The Prince of Peace would be cancelled by his own followers for correcting his own name. In conclusion, the name Jesus is a historical and linguistic construct, not the original designation of the first-century Jewish Rabbi Yeshua ben Yosef. While the man in the Bible lived, taught, and died under the name Yeshua, the form Jesus emerged centuries later through successive transliterations, detached from its Semitic roots. This disconnect persists across global Christian practice, where the translated name remains central despite its inaccuracy. The historical figure's authentic identity as Yeshua ben Yosef stands apart from the modern appellation that now dominates religious discourse.
WWJD was catchy. WWYBYD is correct. What would Yeshua ben Yosef do? The man Christians called Jesus never heard that name. He was Yeshua ben Yosef, a first-century Jewish rabbi from Nazareth. If you're going to live by his example, at least use the name his mother called him. WWYBYD forces the truth. He was a Torah-observant Jew who taught in Aramaic. He wasn't a megachurch mascot using catchy acronyms. We're the right name. Ask the right question. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and comment below with your favorite Yeshua ben Yosef parable. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news. We'll see you next time, and remember, WWYBYD. Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we will review how Western leaders implement immigration policies that are treasonous. Here in the United States, protected speech enables citizens to demand state-administered punishment following guilty verdicts, maintaining constitutional boundaries while pursuing accountability. We will examine the legal dynamics of addressing global so-called leaders in Europe from America, and also analyze the traitorous targets: Michael Martin, Justin Trudeau, Keir Starmer, and Mark Rowley. Today we will read the essay Globalist Traitors Face Legal Reckoning for Mass Invasion and Cultural Erasure Policies. Michael Martin, Justin Trudeau, Keir Starmer, and Mark Rowley embody the pinnacle of political betrayal in contemporary Western governance. These figures orchestrate policies that dismantle national sovereignty, flood homelands with unvetted migrants, and enforce selective justice that punishes natives while shielding invaders. Martin presides over Ireland's transformation into a migrant warehouse, where deportation orders languish while children suffer assault in state care facilities. Trudeau accelerates Canada's descent into a post-national experiment, importing millions annually while native housing collapses and fentanyl deaths skyrocket. Starmer maintains Britain's two-tier policing system, jailing citizens for online criticism while migrant crime surges unchecked. Rowley commands this apparatus, arresting meme creators under hate incident protocols while actual violence festers. Citizens worldwide recognize these actions as deliberate demographic replacement and cultural erasure. The City West Hotel incident exemplifies Martin's negligence, where a rejected asylum seeker with an ignored deportation order raped a 10-year-old girl under state supervision. Trudeau's admission of immigration mistakes follows years of exploiting temporary worker programs that inflated national debt to $2.2 trillion. Starmer's scrapping of Rwanda deportations coincides with record channel crossings and riot suppression targeting native protesters. Rowley's force logs non-crime hate incidents against comedy writers while ignoring 80% of reported hate crimes against whites. These patterns reveal coordinated treason against indigenous populations. Fraud manifests in crony contracts for asylum accommodation, murder through policy-enabled violence, and genocide via demographic substitution. The appropriate response channels righteous fury through legal mechanisms, public tribunals, evidence-based prosecutions, and state-administered capital punishment for convicted traitors. Speech remains protected when demanding justice through courts, but crosses into criminal territory when claiming personal execution rights. The framework for addressing these betrayals requires precise language that accuses, predicts legal consequences, and demands state action without individual agency. Citizens retain full First Amendment protection to label these leaders as stupid, gay, weak, and criminally negligent while forecasting their lawful demise. The dividing line separates protected advocacy from prosecutable threats, state execution versus personal killing. Digital communications preserve evidence, making recorded statements subject to jury interpretation under true threat doctrine. Private conversations without witnesses evade prosecution entirely, demonstrating the practical limits of enforcement. International calling enables direct confrontation from American soil, where foreign hate speech laws hold no jurisdiction. The strategy combines maximum verbal aggression with legal clarification, ensuring impunity while building public pressure for official accountability. This approach transforms citizen outrage into structured demands for treason trials and capital sentences delivered by duly appointed authorities. The essay examines 4 critical dimensions: the specific betrayals of each leader, the legal boundaries of citizen response, the mechanics of lawful punishment, and the strategic deployment of protected speech. Each section builds upon the previous to construct a comprehensive framework for confronting globalist treason through constitutional means. The analysis maintains absolute fidelity to verifiable policy failures and their human costs, presenting an unapologetic indictment of leadership that prioritizes foreign interests over native populations. The conclusion synthesizes these elements into a unified call for systematic justice through established legal channels. Traitor 1. Martin's Irish betrayal and policy failures. Michael Martin orchestrates Ireland's demographic suicide through deliberate immigration negligence that prioritizes foreign claimants over native children. The City West Hotel assault crystallizes this treason. A 26-year-old rejected asylum seeker with a 7-month-old deportation order raped a 10-year-old girl in state care, yet Martin's government failed to enforce removal. This incident represents systemic collapse, where 80% of asylum applications prove fraudulent upon examination, burdening a nation already facing housing shortages that force Irish families into emergency accommodation. Martin's International Protection Bill accelerates processing to 3 months, but this reform addresses symptoms rather than the root invasion. Applications surged from 3,500 pre-pandemic to 18,500 in 2024, transforming rural communities of 200 residents into migrant centers, housing thousands. The €30 million annual expenditure on private accommodation contracts reveals fraud, funneling public funds to cronies while native homeless sleep on streets. Deportation orders gather dust due to administrative backlogs Martin refuses to resolve, enabling criminal aliens to prey upon Irish citizens. The Taoiseach's firm but fair rhetoric masks capitulation to EU migration pacts that designate safe countries for return while Ireland absorbs the human overflow. This policy constitutes murder through negligence, as each unenforced deportation enables potential violence against innocents. Treason manifests in Martin's reinterpretation of the 1916 proclamation as internationalist, diluting Irish sovereignty for globalist approval. The failure to protect state-care children from predators under government supervision demonstrates genocidal indifference to native welfare. Citizens witness their cultural heritage eroded as Gaelic-speaking villages accommodate non-English speakers who contribute nothing while demanding everything. The appropriate response demands Martin's immediate arrest pending treason charges. Evidence includes the City West case files, deportation statistics, and accommodation contract audits revealing corruption. A special tribunal must examine whether policy decisions knowingly endangered Irish children, constituting crimes against humanity. Upon conviction, the state must administer capital punishment through hanging, the traditional penalty for traitors who sell their nation. Protected speech enables citizens to label Martin a stupid globalist goblin who murdered Irish childhood through immigration treason. Digital communications from American soil remain untouchable by Irish authorities, allowing unrestricted accusation and demands for lawful execution. The framework requires stating that Martin deserves the noose after guilty verdict, while clarifying state administration of justice. This precision maintains First Amendment protection while building international pressure for accountability. Ireland's transformation under Martin exemplifies coordinated replacement migration that citizens worldwide condemn as demographic warfare. The Taoiseach's actions warrant not merely removal from office but formal treason prosecution with capital consequences. Legal clarification ensures speech remains protected. Martin will face trial, conviction, and state execution for enabling child rape through deportation failure. This formulation channels legitimate fury into constitutional demands without crossing into prosecutable threats. Traitor 2. Trudeau's Canadian catastrophe and economic treason. Justin Trudeau accelerates Canada's dissolution through immigration policies that constitute economic genocide against native populations. Annual migrant intake exceeding 1 million transforms housing markets into speculative bubbles, driving costs 50% higher while native families face homelessness. The Prime Minister's admission of mistakes follows years of exploiting temporary worker programs that inflated national debt to $2.2 trillion, burdening future generations with unsustainable obligations. Fentanyl deaths reaching 300 daily traced directly to porous borders Trudeau refuses to secure, enabling Chinese cartels to flood communities with poison. This policy enables murder on industrial scale, with Canadian children dying from drugs smuggled through unchecked entry points. The temporary resident population explosion to millions reveals fraud, as corporate interests exploit visa programs for cheap labor while natives face wage suppression and service collapse. Trudeau's post-national state declaration erases Canadian identity, replacing founding stock with imported populations who contribute nothing while demanding everything. Healthcare wait times double as resources divert to migrant accommodation, leaving veterans and elderly without care. The Prime Minister's blackface history contrasts sharply with his virtue-signaling immigration advocacy, exposing hypocrisy in racial policy application. Treason charges against Trudeau require examination of whether immigration decisions knowingly destroyed national cohesion for political gain. Evidence includes visa scam revelations, fentanyl death statistics, and housing market data demonstrating native displacement. A special prosecutor must investigate whether corporate donations influenced policy that harmed Canadian citizens. Upon conviction, state execution through nitrogen hypoxia represents appropriate punishment for treason that killed thousands through drug importation. Protected speech enables labeling Trudeau a soy boy globalist who murdered Canadian youth through border treason. American citizens maintain full protection to demand Trudeau faces trial, guilty verdict, and lawful execution, without fear of Canadian jurisdiction. The framework demands precision. Trudeau will be arrested, prosecuted, and executed by Canadian authorities after conviction for demographic replacement. This clarification preserves speech rights while building pressure for accountability. Digital communications from United States territory remain beyond Canadian reach, enabling unrestricted accusation and calls for capital justice. Canada's transformation under Trudeau exemplifies coordinated cultural erasure that citizens worldwide recognize as treason. The Prime Minister's actions warrant formal prosecution with death penalty consequences administered through established legal channels. Speech remains protected when stating that Trudeau deserves state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This approach transforms legitimate outrage into structured demands for constitutional reckoning. Traitor 3. Starmer's British tyranny and two-tier justice. Keir Starmer maintains Britain's descent into authoritarian chaos through policies that enable migrant crime while suppressing native resistance. Scrapping Rwanda deportations coincides with 50,000 annual channel crossings, transforming coastal communities into processing centers for unvetted males. The Prime Minister's Island of Strangers rhetoric acknowledges demographic replacement he actively facilitates through EU Migration Pact compliance. Southport stabbings crystallize Starmer's treason, where policy-enabled violence against children sparks riots met with selective prosecution. Native protesters face swift arrest for online criticism while migrant perpetrators receive lenient treatment under two-tier justice. The £117 million allocation for mosque protection following brick-throwing incidents contrasts sharply with ignored church desecrations, revealing institutional bias against Indigenous British culture. Starmer's recognition of Palestine amid Hamas celebrations demonstrates foreign policy treason that prioritizes globalist approval over British interests. Net migration, reaching 1 million annually under his watch, destroys housing affordability and social cohesion. The Prime Minister's lawyer background enables sophisticated suppression of dissent through expanded online safety legislation that criminalizes truthful criticism. Treason prosecution requires examining whether Starmer knowingly implemented policies that endangered British citizens for political gain. Evidence includes deportation failure statistics, riot prosecution disparities, and mosque funding allocations demonstrating institutional prejudice. A special tribunal must determine whether demographic replacement constitutes crimes against humanity warranting capital punishment. Upon conviction, state execution through long drop hanging represents appropriate justice for treason that enabled child murder. Protected speech enables labeling Starmer a sanctimonious solicitor who murdered British childhood through immigration treason. American citizens retain full protection to demand Starmer faces trial, conviction, and lawful execution without British jurisdiction. The framework demands stating that Starmer deserves the gallows after guilty verdict, while clarifying state administration. Digital communications from United States territory remain beyond British reach, enabling unrestricted accusation and capital justice demands. Speech preservation requires precision. Starmer will be prosecuted and executed by British authorities after conviction for enabling migrant violence. Britain's transformation under Starmer exemplifies coordinated cultural suicide that citizens worldwide condemn as treason. The Prime Minister's actions warrant formal prosecution with death penalty consequences through established legal channels. Speech remains protected when demanding that Starmer faces state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This approach channels legitimate fury into constitutional demands for accountability. Traitor 4. Rowley's police state and selective enforcement. Mark Rowley commands Britain's descent into police state tyranny through selective enforcement that protects migrant criminals while persecuting Native citizens. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner oversees arrests of comedy writers for transgender criticism under non-crime hate incident protocols while ignoring 80% of reported hate crimes against whites. This two-tier policing exemplifies institutional treason against indigenous British populations. Rowley's force threatens American citizens with extradition for social media posts, demonstrating globalist overreach that violates national sovereignty. The Commissioner's hate crime laws need redrawing, statement masks intent to expand censorship while actual violence festers unchecked. Migrant grooming gang investigations languish, while meme creators face Heathrow detentions, revealing corrupt priorities that enable child exploitation. Treason charges against Rowley require examining whether enforcement policies knowingly protected criminal aliens while suppressing Native resistance. Evidence includes non-crime hate incident statistics, grooming gang case files, and extradition threats against foreign nationals. A special prosecutor must investigate whether police corruption enabled demographic replacement through selective justice. Upon conviction, state execution through firing squad represents appropriate punishment for treason that facilitated child rape. Protected speech enables labeling Rowley a badge-wearing bully who murdered British justice through enforcement treason. American citizens maintain full protection to demand. Rowley faces trial, conviction, and lawful execution without British jurisdiction. The framework demands stating that Rowley deserves capital punishment after guilty verdict, while clarifying state administration. Digital communications from United States territory remain beyond British reach, enabling unrestricted accusation and justice demands. Speech preservation requires precision. Rowley will be prosecuted and executed by British authorities after conviction for enabling migrant crime. Rowley's transformation of British policing exemplifies coordinated suppression that citizens worldwide recognize as treason. The Commissioner's actions warrant formal prosecution with death penalty consequences through established legal channels. Speech remains protected when demanding that Rowley face a state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This approach transforms legitimate outrage into structured demands for constitutional reckoning. The four leaders represent interconnected, globalist betrayal requiring systematic legal response. Citizens retain full protection to accuse, predict legal consequences, and demand state punishment without crossing into prosecutable threats. The framework enables maximum verbal aggression while building pressure for official accountability through constitutional means. Conclusion: punishment for treason. Michael Martin, Justin Trudeau, Keir Starmer, and Mark Rowley orchestrate Western civilization's deliberate destruction through coordinated immigration treason that prioritizes foreign interests over native populations. Martin's City West negligence enables child rape through unenforced deportations. Trudeau's million-annual migrant flood bankrupts Canada while fentanyl kills 300 daily. Starmer's two-tier justice jails meme creators while migrant violence surges. Rowley's police state protects criminal aliens while persecuting Indigenous British citizens. These actions constitute fraud, murder, treason, and genocide warranting capital prosecution. Citizens worldwide demand systematic justice through legal channels that preserve speech while enabling accountability. The framework requires precise language accusing leaders of specific betrayals while forecasting state-administered punishment after guilty verdicts. Protected speech enables labeling these figures as stupid globalist traitors who murdered national identity through demographic replacement. American citizens maintain absolute protection to demand international treason tribunals and lawful executions without fear of foreign jurisdiction. The strategy combines maximum verbal aggression with legal clarification, ensuring impunity while building public pressure for official reckoning. Digital communications from United States territory remain untouchable, enabling unrestricted accusation and capital justice demands. Private conversations without witnesses evade prosecution entirely, demonstrating enforcement limitations. The approach transforms legitimate fury into structured demands for constitutional justice through established channels. Treason trials must examine policy decisions that knowingly endangered native children, bankrupted economies, and erased cultural heritage. Evidence includes deportation failure statistics, fentanyl death records, riot prosecution disparities, and accommodation contract corruption. Special prosecutors require appointment to investigate whether corporate donations and globalist affiliations influence decisions constituting crimes against humanity. Conviction warrants state execution through traditional methods, hanging for Martin and Starmer, nitrogen hypoxia for Trudeau, firing squad for Rowley. Speech preservation demands stating that these leaders deserve state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This precision maintains First Amendment protection while channeling citizen outrage into constitutional demands. The framework enables calling leaders stupid gay murderers who committed treason through immigration genocide without crossing into prosecutable threats. International pressure builds through viral campaigns documenting specific betrayals with evidence that withstands scrutiny. Citizens retain full protection to predict legal consequences and demand capital punishment through lawful means. The strategy ensures maximum impact while preserving individual liberty under constitutional governance. Western nations require systematic purging of globalist traitors through legal processes that restore sovereignty and protect indigenous populations. The four leaders represent interconnected betrayal requiring coordinated legal response across jurisdictions. Citizens maintain absolute speech protection to accuse, document, and demand state punishment without individual agency. The framework transforms righteous indignation into structured justice, demands that pressure authorities toward accountability. Capital punishment administered through constitutional means represents appropriate reckoning for treason that destroyed national cohesion and enabled demographic warfare. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and comment on the other crimes the traitors in this essay have committed and who you would like us to feature as targets for treason. Because in America, we can abide by our laws and our constitutional protections to evaluate public figures and leaders in Europe. So tune in again to the Real Free News Podcast as we continue this series and highlight other traitors in Europe and around the world. Thanks again for listening to the Real Free News Podcast.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we will be discussing the Emancipation Proclamation, the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and relevant events. Abraham Lincoln occupies an exalted pedestal in American mythology as the singular liberator who ended chattel slavery with one stroke of the pen. This narrative dominates public consciousness and educational curricula alike. Yet historical reality dismantles this simplification with surgical precision. The Emancipation Proclamation did not free a single enslaved person through legal emancipation. Instead, it operated as a wartime confiscation order, transforming human beings into strategic assets seized under executive war powers during an undeclared conflict. Lincoln invoked constitutional authority as commander-in-chief to declare slaves in rebel territories forever free, but only where Union armies could enforce the decree. In areas beyond federal control, the proclamation remained ink without impact. Its true function was military, to deprive the Confederacy of labor, incite internal disruption, and recruit black soldiers into Union ranks. The proclamation's legal foundation rested on the concept of contraband, enemy property subject to seizure. Slaves fleeing to Union lines or liberated by advancing armies became federal wards, not citizens. They entered a liminal status, no longer chattel of Southern masters, yet not free under civil law. The document carried an implicit expiration date. Without constitutional amendment, its effects would dissolve at war's end. This temporal fragility underscores its provisional nature. Lincoln and his cabinet drafted the measure over months, timing its release after the Union victory at Antietam to maximize political capital. The final proclamation issued on January 1, 1863, applied exclusively to states in rebellion, deliberately excluding border states and Union-occupied territories to preserve fragile loyalties. Public misperception persists that 4 million enslaved Africans awoke to freedom on New Year's Day 1863. In truth, the proclamation liberated approximately 0 individuals on the day of signing. Its practical effect unfolded gradually as Union forces penetrated Southern strongholds. Each advance freed clusters of people who then faced recruitment into federal service. Roughly 180,000 black men enlisted, forming 10% of the Union Army by war's end. Their service transformed military demographics and accelerated Confederate collapse. Yet their legal status remained ambiguous: federal contraband, not emancipated citizens. The pathway to genuine liberation required congressional action beyond executive fiat. The 13th Amendment, proposed in 1864 and ratified in December 1865, constituted the sole legal instrument that abolished slavery nationwide. This constitutional change arrived 7 months after Appomattox, confirming that presidential proclamation alone lacked permanence. The amendment's passage occurred under extraordinary conditions. Former Confederate states operated under military governance, their legislatures reconstituted by Union commanders. Ratification became a prerequisite for readmission to the Union, transforming a moral imperative into a political mandate. Citizenship followed separately through the 14th Amendment, proposed in 1866 and ratified in 1868. This measure established birthright citizenship and equal protection under law, provisions absent from Lincoln's vision. The president favored limited suffrage for black veterans and educated men, not universal citizenship. His assassination in April 1865 removed the moderating influence, allowing radical Republicans to impose sweeping Reconstruction. Southern states ratified both amendments under occupation, their compliance extracted through military oversight, economic strangulation, and political exclusion. The entire sequence reveals a calculated escalation of federal power. Lincoln initiated the process through wartime exigency, Congress codified freedom through constitutional amendment, and radical Republicans secured equality through coercive Reconstruction. Each phase built upon the last, culminating in a redefinition of American citizenship. The narrative of presidential emancipation collapses under scrutiny. What began as tactical confiscation evolved into permanent transformation only through layered institutional action, military victory, and post-war domination. Part 1. The Emancipation Proclamation as Tactical Confiscation. The Emancipation Proclamation functioned as a military instrument rather than a humanitarian decree. Issued on January 1, 1863, it declared all enslaved persons in Confederate-controlled territories, thenceforward and forever free. This language masked its operational reality. The federal government lacked authority to enforce freedom in areas beyond Union occupation. Where Confederate power prevailed, the proclamation carried no weight. Its immediate legal impact equaled 0. The document targeted approximately 3.1 million enslaved individuals in 10 named states and parts of others, deliberately excluding nearly 800,000 in border regions and Union-held zones. Lincoln crafted the measure as a war power under Article 2 of the Constitution. Supreme Court precedent in the prize cases upheld presidential authority to treat rebel property as subject to seizure. Slaves constituted the Confederacy's most vital economic asset. Their labor sustained agriculture, logistics, and fortifications. By declaring them contraband, Lincoln aimed to collapse Southern productivity while bolstering Union manpower. The proclamation authorized black enlistment, reversing prior policy that barred African Americans from combat roles. Within months, United States colored troops formed the backbone of numerous campaigns. The drafting process spanned July to September 1862. Lincoln consulted his cabinet repeatedly, revising language to balance military necessity with political viability. He delayed announcement until after Antietam to avoid appearing desperate. The preliminary proclamation issued on September 22 warned rebel states of impending confiscation unless they returned to the Union. None complied. The final version refined exemptions, preserving slavery in loyal areas to prevent border state secession. This selective application exposed the proclamation's strategic calculus. Freedom served Union preservation, not universal justice. Former slaves who reached Union lines entered federal custody as contraband. Military commanders housed them in camps, employed them as laborers, and recruited able-bodied men into service. Women and children received rations but no civil status. The War Department managed these populations, not civilian courts. Their condition improved marginally over bondage, yet they remained federal wards without rights. Pay for black soldiers lagged behind white counterparts, and officers often assigned them hazardous duties. The proclamation transformed human beings into strategic resources, not liberated citizens. Critics at the time labeled the measure executive overreach. Copperheads and border state leaders condemned property confiscation without compensation or due process. The Fifth Amendment appeared violated. Lincoln justified the action through military necessity, arguing that wartime exigency superseded peacetime norms. The Supreme Court never directly ruled on the proclamation's constitutionality during the conflict. Union victory rendered such challenges moot. The document achieved its objectives. Confederate labor collapsed, black recruitment surged, and European powers withheld recognition from a slaveholding rebellion. The proclamation's legacy lies in its catalytic effect. It shifted the war's moral framing, making abolition a Union objective. Yet this transformation occurred incrementally. Each Union advance liberated additional thousands, who then reinforced the invading armies. The snowball effect proved decisive. By war's end, approximately 500,000 formerly enslaved people resided in Union-controlled areas. Their presence demanded post-war resolution. The proclamation created facts on the ground that constitutional amendment would later ratify. Without military success, the document would have remained historical footnote rather than transformative edict. Part 2. The 13th Amendment and the End of Legal Slavery. The 13th Amendment constitutes the sole legal instrument that abolished slavery in the United States. Ratified on December 6, 1865, it declared that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. This simple clause accomplished what the Emancipation Proclamation could not: permanent, nationwide eradication of chattel slavery. The amendment arrived 8 months after Confederate surrender at Appomattox, confirming that presidential action alone lacked constitutional permanence. Congressional debate on the amendment began in 1864. Lincoln prioritized its passage during his re-election campaign, recognizing the proclamation's fragility. The House approved the measure in January 1865 after intense lobbying. Ratification proceeded rapidly among northern states. Southern compliance occurred under military governance. Union commanders oversaw reconstruction of state legislatures, ensuring pro-amendment majorities. Former Confederate states ratified the amendment as a condition of readmission, though Congress later rejected these early votes pending additional requirements. The amendment's text avoided defining freed people's status beyond ending enslavement. It established freedom without addressing citizenship, voting rights, or economic provision. This minimalism reflected political compromise. Radical Republicans sought broader protections, while moderates feared alienating border states. The amendment passed with the understanding that further legislation would address civil rights. The Freedmen's Bureau, established in March 1865, provided temporary federal support: food, medical care, schools, and labor contracts. Its mandate expired in 1869, leaving former slaves vulnerable to Southern retribution. Southern ratification occurred under extraordinary duress. Union troops occupied state capitals. Military governors removed obstructionist officials and installed compliant ones. Economic devastation compounded political pressure. Confederate currency became worthless, plantations lay in ruins, and transportation networks collapsed. Federal authorities controlled food distribution, mail service, and trade. States faced indefinite exclusion from Congress without compliance. Ratification became survival strategy rather than moral conversion. The amendment's passage marked the legal death of slavery, yet practical freedom remained elusive. Southern legislatures immediately enacted black codes to restrict black labor and movement. These laws mandated annual contracts, prohibited vagrancy, and authorized apprenticeship systems that mirrored bondage. Federal military commanders nullified the most egregious provisions, but enforcement varied. The amendment ended legal ownership but not systemic oppression. Northern public opinion supported abolition but divided on implementation. Many whites viewed black freedom as war's consequence, not equality's prerequisite. The amendment satisfied moral imperatives while deferring contentious issues. Citizenship, suffrage, and land redistribution awaited future battles. The 13th Amendment thus represented both triumph and transition. Slavery died constitutionally, while Reconstruction's harder questions emerged. The amendment's legacy extends beyond 1865. Its exception clause permitting involuntary servitude as punishment for crime enabled convict leasing and prison labor systems that targeted black Americans. Modern incarceration practices trace lineage to this constitutional loophole. The amendment abolished slavery in form while permitting its functional resurrection through state mechanisms. True liberation required ongoing struggle beyond constitutional text. Part 3. The 14th Amendment and Coerced Citizenship. The 14th Amendment, ratified in July 1868, transformed former slaves into American citizens through birthright and equal protection guarantees. Proposed in 1866, over a year after Lincoln's assassination, the amendment reflected radical Republican dominance rather than presidential vision. Lincoln favored limited black suffrage for veterans and educated men, not universal citizenship. His death removed moderate restraint, enabling congressional hardliners to impose sweeping Reconstruction. The amendment's citizenship clause overturned the Dred Scott decision, declaring all persons born in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction citizens of the United States and their resident state. The Equal Protection and Due Process Clauses established federal authority to intervene against state discrimination. These provisions addressed Southern black codes that restricted freed people's rights. The amendment also penalized states for denying male suffrage, though women remained excluded. Southern ratification occurred under military Reconstruction. The Reconstruction Acts of 1867 divided the South into 5 military districts. Union generals oversaw voter registration, excluding many former Confederates while enrolling black men. New state conventions drafted constitutions guaranteeing black suffrage. Ratification of the 14th Amendment became mandatory for readmission. Southern legislatures complied under occupation, their votes supervised by federal troops. The amendment's passage required overriding President Andrew Johnson. Johnson vetoed Reconstruction legislation, advocating rapid Southern restoration without black citizenship. Congress overrode his vetoes, then impeached him in 1868, falling one vote short of conviction. Military governors implemented congressional policy directly. Southern states ratified the amendment between 1866 and 1870, with Georgia last under renewed military pressure. The citizenship grant carried profound implications. Former slaves gained constitutional personhood, access to courts, and protection against state oppression. Federal authorities could now intervene when Southern governments violated black rights. The amendment enabled subsequent civil rights legislation, though enforcement remained inconsistent. Southern resistance manifested through violence, legal subterfuge, and eventual redemption governments. Northern support for the amendment reflected wartime sacrifice and moral evolution. Republican dominance in Congress ensured passage. Border states ratified reluctantly, fearing federal overreach. The amendment's Privileges and Immunities Clause promised national rights protection, though courts later narrowed its scope. The Equal Protection Clause became the foundation for 20th-century civil rights litigation. The amendment's coercive nature undermines claims of national consensus. Southern acquiescence resulted from military defeat and occupation, not democratic deliberation. Reconstruction governments operated under federal bayonets. Black voters participated, but white majorities awaited restoration. The amendment imposed citizenship from above, creating tension between legal equality and social reality. The 14th Amendment completed the legal architecture begun by the 13th. Freedom arrived in 1865, citizenship in 1868. Together they reconstituted American identity, though implementation required another century of struggle. The amendment's legacy includes both Brown v. Board of Education and modern privacy rights, demonstrating its expansive interpretation over time. Part 4. Military Victory as Legal Validation. Union military victory transformed constitutionally questionable acts into accepted precedent. The Emancipation Proclamation faced contemporary criticism for executive overreach, property confiscation without due process, and selective application. Lincoln invoked war powers during an undeclared conflict, seizing human property under military necessity. The Supreme Court upheld related actions in the prize cases but never directly ruled on the proclamation. Confederate defeat eliminated legal challenges. Victory rendered theoretical debates academic. Southern courts ceased functioning, Confederate records burned, and rebel leaders faced disqualification or exile. The federal government controlled all mechanisms of legal interpretation. Congress refused to seat Southern representatives until Reconstruction conditions met. Military governors supervised Southern jurisprudence. Federal troops enforced emancipation in practice where presidential proclamation failed in law. The proclamation's practical success validated its strategic wisdom. Confederate labor collapsed as slaves fled to Union lines. Black recruitment provided crucial manpower during 1864 campaigns. European powers withheld recognition from a morally compromised rebellion. Each Union advance liberated additional thousands, who then reinforced the invading armies. The self-reinforcing cycle proved decisive. Southern ratification of constitutional amendments occurred under comprehensive domination. Union armies occupied state capitals. Military commanders removed obstructive officials and installed compliant ones. Economic strangulation complemented physical control. Federal authorities managed food distribution, transportation, and communication. Ratification became prerequisite for basic governmental function. The absence of declared war amplified executive authority. Lincoln treated the conflict as insurrection, preserving the fiction of Union continuity. This framework avoided recognizing Confederate sovereignty while justifying extraordinary measures. Blockades, suspension of habeas corpus, and property confiscation flowed from presidential initiative. Congressional confiscation acts provided statutory cover, but executive action led. Public memory crystallizes around simplified narratives. Lincoln becomes the great emancipator, the proclamation the liberation moment. Historical complexity dissolves in patriotic mythology. The reality reveals layered institutional action, presidential initiative, congressional amendment, military enforcement, and coercive reconstruction. Each component required the others. Victory provided the indispensable adhesive. The precedent established dangerous possibilities. Future executives could invoke war powers during undeclared conflicts to seize property or suspend rights. The proclamation's success demonstrated that military triumph silences constitutional scrutiny. Legal principle bends before battlefield outcome. The Civil War established victory as the ultimate arbiter of constitutional interpretation. Southern acquiescence masked enduring resentment. Reconstruction governments collapsed by 1877. White supremacy reasserted control through violence and legislation. Jim Crow replaced chattel slavery with segregated subjugation. The amendments remained dormant until mid-20th century activism. Legal equality existed on paper while social reality contradicted constitutional promise. The Civil War amendments collectively represent the most significant expansion of federal power in American history. They shifted authority from states to nation, from property to personhood. This transformation required comprehensive Union dominance. Military victory enabled constitutional revolution. The Emancipation Proclamation initiated the process, but only total defeat permitted its completion. Conclusion: 13th Amendment ended slavery. 14th forced citizenship under Reconstruction duress. The emancipation narrative reveals the chasm between myth and reality in American historical consciousness. Abraham Lincoln did not free 4 million enslaved people with one signature. The Emancipation Proclamation seized Confederate human property as contraband during an undeclared war, transforming strategic necessity into moral crusade. Its effects unfolded gradually through military conquest, not legal transformation. True liberation required the 13th Amendment, citizenship the 14th, both imposed upon a defeated South through occupation and coercion. The proclamation's genius lay in its catalytic function. It converted the war from Union preservation to human liberation, recruiting black soldiers while collapsing Confederate economy. Yet its legal foundation remained fragile. Without constitutional amendment, its provisions would expire with hostilities. The document created facts on the ground that subsequent legislation ratified. Military success transformed provisional confiscation into permanent revolution. Southern ratification of the Civil War amendments occurred under comprehensive Union control. Military governors supervised state governments. Federal troops occupied legislative chambers. Economic devastation eliminated resistance capacity. Compliance became survival imperative rather than democratic choice. The amendments passed through conquest, not consensus. Reconstruction represented victor's justice codified into constitutional law. The sequence established precedent for executive war powers. Future presidents could invoke military necessity to justify extraordinary measures during undeclared conflicts. The proclamation demonstrated that victory validates constitutionally questionable acts. Legal principle yields to battlefield outcome. The Civil War amendments collectively reconstituted American citizenship through federal domination. Public understanding remains distorted by simplified narratives. Educational curricula present Lincoln as singular liberator, the proclamation as liberation moment. Historical reality reveals institutional layering, presidential initiative, congressional action, military enforcement, and coercive reconstruction. Each phase required the others. Victory provided indispensable validation. The amendment's legacy extends beyond 1868. The 13th Amendment's punishment clause enabled convict leasing. The 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause required 20th century activism for implementation. The 15th Amendment's voting guarantee faced immediate Southern circumvention. Legal equality arrived decades before social reality. The emancipation process illuminates federal power expansion. The war centralized authority, transferring sovereignty from states to nation. Property rights yielded to personhood rights. Local control surrendered to federal oversight. This transformation required comprehensive military victory. The Union preserved itself by redefining itself. Southern resistance persisted through violence and legislation. Reconstruction collapsed by 1877. White supremacy reasserted dominance through Jim Crow. The amendments remained constitutional promises awaiting fulfillment. Their activation required another century of struggle. The Civil War ended slavery but initiated the longer battle for equality. The emancipation narrative ultimately reveals American capacity for self-transformation through crisis. Military necessity birthed moral evolution. Provisional measures became permanent principles. Defeat enabled reconstruction. The nation that preserved union through war remade itself through constitutional revolution. The cost was comprehensive domination of the vanquished. The gain was redefinition of American citizenship. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and comment on the decisions that led to these constitutional disasters. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to Real Free News Podcast. Today we're covering the topic of the mechanisms enabling undocumented immigrants to access business and home loans in the United States and Canada, a critical analysis of self-perpetuating cycles and systemic facilitation. In the vibrant streets of America's cities, ethnic enclaves pulse with the energy of taco stands, corner stores, and cleaning services owned by undocumented immigrants who have seized an economic stronghold that overshadows the entrepreneurial efforts of native-born citizens, particularly white Americans. These newcomers, slipping through porous borders or exploiting lax immigration systems, wield a sophisticated array of financial tools to launch businesses and buy homes, outpacing native entrepreneurs who grapple with stricter regulations. Private loans tailored for those without legal status, grants from sympathetic organizations, and tight-knit community networks propel undocumented immigrants into retail and restaurant dominance, creating thriving ventures where native startups often falter. Official estimates count 15 million undocumented immigrants, though credible higher figures suggest 30 to 60 million, potentially doubling or quadrupling their economic impact. This advantage stems from a calculated system of institutional support, fraudulent schemes, and self-reinforcing cycles that prioritize immigrant communities over those rooted in American soil. These enclaves sustain their momentum by hiring co-ethnics, channeling profits to bring in relatives who perpetuate economic control. City programs, foreign consulates, and charities offer step-by-step guidance to navigate financial systems, providing access to capital that native-born Americans cannot match. Fraudulent practices, such as forged identities and sham arrangements, exploit oversight gaps, allowing undocumented immigrants to infiltrate loan programs meant for legal residents. Canada's parallel dynamic, with Indian immigrants flooding trucking and retail, amplifies this pattern through government-backed diversity initiatives that favor newcomers over native Canadians. Chain migration and ethnic favoritism fuel communities that wield growing political influence, reshaping the economic and cultural landscape. Native-born citizens, lacking comparable community networks, face a competitive disadvantage in launching small businesses, particularly in high-risk sectors like retail, where immigrant ventures thrive. This essay dissects these mechanisms through 4 lenses: legal loan pathways, fraudulent access methods, ethnic enclave cycles, and Canada's comparative model, exposing a systemic bias that empowers undocumented immigrants at the expense of native-born economic opportunities. Part 1. Legal pathways for undocumented immigrants to secure business and home loans. Undocumented immigrants in the United States secure business and home loans through legal avenues that exploit regulatory gaps, granting them a clear edge over native-born Americans. The Internal Revenue Service issues tax identification numbers, allowing immigrants without legal status to open bank accounts and apply for loans from private lenders or community-focused banks. These institutions offer business microloans at low interest rates, typically supporting ventures like food trucks and retail shops, and home mortgages with higher rates and substantial down payments, common in ethnic neighborhoods like Houston's Latino suburbs. Such financing thrives due to community trust and reliable repayments, unlike the stricter credit requirements faced by native entrepreneurs. Nonprofit organizations, partially funded by taxpayer dollars, amplify this access. California's grant programs provide small startup funds for undocumented entrepreneurs, while federal initiatives channel money through charities for microloans, exploiting a legal exemption that bypasses status checks. City offices in places like New York host workshops connecting immigrants to lenders, ensuring a steady flow of capital. Mexican and Salvadoran consulates offer free business planning sessions, linking immigrants to community-based financial institutions. Within enclaves, rotating savings pools and crowdfunding platforms leverage ethnic trust to seed startups, bolstered by remittances from abroad. These mechanisms enable undocumented immigrants to dominate low-barrier industries, where half their businesses operate, compared to native-born Americans who secure only a majority of federal loans despite their demographic dominance. This disparity fuels immigrant-owned businesses, while native entrepreneurs grapple with regulatory hurdles and higher startup costs, reinforcing an economic landscape tilted in favor of undocumented immigrants. Part 2. Fraudulent schemes exploiting loan systems for undocumented immigrants. Fraudulent schemes enable undocumented immigrants to bypass federal restrictions and secure loans, undermining native-born Americans who adhere to rigorous regulations. Forged tax identification numbers and passports, obtained through unlicensed advisors for steep fees, allow immigrants to pose as legal residents when applying for business and home loans. Legal cosigners, acting as fronts, access federal and minority-focused loan programs, siphoning off funds meant for citizens. A recent operation uncovered hundreds of cases involving sham marriages and fake documents used to secure loan eligibility, highlighting widespread deception. Social media scams on platforms like TikTok promise guaranteed loans for hefty fees, ensnaring thousands in schemes that exploit system gaps. Banks in ethnic enclaves, such as Miami's Cuban communities, accept consular identification cards with minimal scrutiny, driven by profit motives and anti-discrimination laws that prohibit blanket denials based on status. A massive backlog in immigration cases delays fraud detection, allowing undocumented immigrants to tap into loan programs intended for legal residents. Fake green cards unlock access to minority business funds, diverting millions annually through fraudulent means. Home loan fraud, including forged identities and sham cosigners, has fueled illicit mortgages, with one case involving substantial sums. Ethnic brokers within enclaves facilitate these schemes, leveraging community trust to provide forged paperwork. Native-born Americans, lacking such networks, face stringent verification, placing them at a competitive disadvantage in securing capital. This systemic exploitation, fueled by fraud and oversight failures, ensures undocumented immigrants gain financial resources that native entrepreneurs cannot match, perpetuating an uneven economic playing field. Part 3. Self-perpetuating cycles in ethnic enclaves driving loan access and business ownership. Ethnic enclaves create self-perpetuating cycles that empower undocumented immigrants to secure loans and dominate business ownership, marginalizing native-born Americans. Across numerous neighborhoods from Los Angeles' Latino districts to New York's Chinatowns, undocumented immigrants operate thriving businesses, primarily in retail and restaurants. These ventures hire co-ethnics at low cash wages, bypassing work verification laws and undercutting native businesses burdened by compliance with minimum wage and tax regulations. This labor advantage allows immigrant-owned businesses to flourish, while native startups face high failure rates due to regulatory costs. Chain migration brings relatives to join these businesses, with remittances funding new arrivals and startups, reinforcing economic dominance. Naturalized or second-generation immigrants in key roles, bank managers, nonprofit leaders, or city officials, prioritize co-ethnic lending, referring undocumented immigrants to tax ID loans. Community credit unions have disbursed millions in such loans, outperforming standard loans in repayment, incentivizing banks to continue lending. Political influence from naturalized immigrant voters further entrenches these cycles, pushing sanctuary city policies that protect access to financial resources. Cities like New York allocate substantial budgets for immigrant services, providing legal aid and lender referrals. These mechanisms sustain enclave economies, employing newly arrived co-ethnics who enter through family petitions or irregular means, often aided by fraudulent documents. Native-born Americans, lacking comparable community networks, struggle to compete in low-barrier sectors, where only a majority of federal loans go to white citizens despite their demographic dominance. This cycle of economic and political reinforcement ensures undocumented immigrants maintain a competitive edge, perpetuating their economic foothold at the expense of native-born opportunities. Part 4. Comparative Insights from Canada's Immigration-Driven Loan Access and Industry Dominance. Canada's immigration system, particularly its influx of Indian immigrants, illuminates the mechanisms enabling undocumented immigrants in the United States to dominate industries through loan access. Indian newcomers have seized control of retail, restaurants, and trucking, particularly in regions like Brampton, where they operate a significant share of businesses. Government-backed banks offer substantial loans to immigrant startups, while diversity programs provide wage subsidies and settlement funds accessible to visible minorities like Indians. These initiatives, rooted in Canada's equity laws, enable entrepreneurs to hire co-ethnics at low wages, undercutting Native Canadian workers. Fraudulent schemes amplify this access, with thousands of Indian students linked to fake colleges and costly job permit scams, as reported by Canada's Immigration Agency. Indian-led bank branches in Toronto prioritize co-ethnic lending, leveraging multicultural policies to facilitate loans with minimal scrutiny, mirroring U.S. enclave banks. Canada's chain migration, driven by family sponsorships, sustains enclave growth, with remittances funding new arrivals and startups, akin to U.S. patterns. The political influence of Indian parliamentarians ensures continued support for these programs, reinforcing ethnic economies. Cross-border spillover intensifies this dynamic, with Indian immigrants crossing from Canada to the U.S., exploiting asylum backlogs, while U.S. visa delays push others north. Both nations' lax enforcement sustains these cycles, with Canada's formalized diversity policies amplifying ethnic dominance. Native-born workers, particularly white Americans and Canadians, face wage suppression and job displacement in low-skill sectors, as immigrant-driven economies prioritize co-ethnic hiring and loan access, creating a systemic disadvantage that perpetuates immigrant economic control. Conclusion: fraud and networks empower undocumented immigrants. The relentless economic ascent of undocumented immigrants in the United States, mirrored by Indian immigrants in Canada, unveils a troubling reality where legal loopholes, fraudulent schemes, and ethnic networks empower newcomers to outpace native-born citizens in business and homeownership. Through private loans, nonprofit grants, and community funding, undocumented immigrants dominate retail and restaurant sectors, creating vibrant enclaves that hire their own and fund further migration. City programs, consulates, and charities provide tailored guidance, offering access to capital that native-born Americans, constrained by regulatory burdens, cannot match. Fraudulent practices, forged identities, and sham cosigners exploit oversight gaps, infiltrating loan systems meant for legal residents, while Native entrepreneurs face stringent compliance that stifles their ventures. Canada's experience with Indian immigrants controlling trucking and retail through government-backed diversity initiatives underscores this dynamic where ethnic favoritism and lax enforcement amplify immigrant economies at the expense of Native workers. The cross-border flow of immigrants and tactics between the two nations perpetuates these cycles, reshaping communities into strongholds of immigrant influence. Native-born citizens, particularly white Americans and Canadians, lack the community-driven networks that propel immigrant success, leaving them marginalized in low-skill sectors where wage suppression and job displacement prevail. This systemic bias, fueled by chain migration and political clout, ensures undocumented immigrants maintain an economic edge, anchoring enclaves that challenge the sovereignty and fairness of both nations' economic landscapes, leaving native-born citizens to navigate an uneven terrain where their opportunities are systematically diminished. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, subscribe, share, and comment on how this is affecting your community. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news, and content on similar subjects. See you next time on the Real Free News Podcast. Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we'll be reading the essay, America's Radical Emancipation, Mass Freedom, Citizenship, Descendant Rights in One Stroke. The United States executed the most radical transformation of human status in recorded history when it abolished slavery through the 13th Amendment and simultaneously conferred citizenship upon 4 million formerly enslaved Africans and all their progeny via the 14th Amendment. This dual act, finalized on December 6, 1865, at 3 p.m, marked the precise moment when a nation of European origin deliberately dissolved the legal foundation of its labor system and replaced it with universal citizenship. No prior civilization, empire, or republic had ever attempted such a comprehensive liberation, followed by immediate political incorporation. The decision originated not from moral consensus, but from wartime exigency orchestrated by President Abraham Lincoln, his cabinet, and a Congress dominated by radical Republicans. The process began with the Emancipation Proclamation issued on January 1, 1863, which applied only to Confederate territories and culminated in constitutional amendments ratified under military oversight. This sequence converted individuals previously classified as chattel into citizens with voting rights, property ownership, and hereditary privilege. The amendments erased the original condition of involuntary arrival, overriding centuries of legal precedent that treated enslaved persons as property without territorial claims. The United States thus became the sole nation to execute mass emancipation, immediate citizenship, and perpetual descendant inclusion within a single legal framework. This transformation established a precedent that redefined national identity and demographic composition permanently. The amendments did not merely end bondage. They integrated a population previously excluded from civic life into the body politic with full constitutional protection. The speed and scope of this incorporation distinguished the American case from all historical parallels, where manumission typically remained individual, conditional, or geographically limited. The American model created a new category of citizenship rooted in birth, rather than ancestry, consent, or voluntary migration. This introduction sets the stage for examining the historical status of enslaved entrants, the global absence of comparable precedents, the decision-making hierarchy, and the long-term demographic consequences that continue to shape the nation. Part 1. Historical status of enslaved persons entering foreign territories. Enslaved Africans who arrived in colonial America entered as chattel property under licenses issued by European monarchs and colonial assemblies. Legal systems across jurisdictions recognized their status as movable assets rather than persons with immigration standing. Roman law, medieval European codes, and Islamic frameworks all maintained that bondage persisted upon territorial entry unless explicitly terminated by the owner or local statute. In British North America, Virginia statutes from 1662 established that children inherited the mother's condition, solidifying hereditary servitude without regard to soil or passage. Entry occurred without inspection, authorization, or voluntary application, rendering the process distinct from indenture contracts that bound Europeans for fixed terms. Ship manifests recorded human cargo alongside commodities, confirming that colonial ports treated arrivals as commercial transactions rather than population transfers. The absence of federal immigration controls before 1875 meant no mechanism existed to classify entrants as lawful or unlawful under modern definitions. Nevertheless, the underlying capture in Africa frequently violated local customary laws, creating defects in title that colonial courts ignored for economic convenience. Manumission, when granted, produced freed persons with restricted rights rather than citizenship. Repatriation schemes, such as the American Colonization Society's Liberia Project, relocated only 13,000 individuals between 1820 and 1860, leaving the vast majority in place as non-citizen laborers. European indentured servants, by contrast, gained freedom after service and pathways to land ownership. The distinction between temporary contractual labor and perpetual servitude underscored the unique disability imposed upon African descendants. Colonial statutes never contemplated mass liberation followed by political equality. The Somerset case of 1772 in England declared slavery unsupported by common law, yet produced no citizenship grant. French colonial decrees after 1848 promised citizenship, but delayed implementation in practice. The American colonies thus inherited a system where enslaved entrants remained outside the civic community indefinitely. This status persisted through the founding era, with the Constitution's 3/5 clause quantifying rather than humanizing the population. The original condition of arrival as property without consent established a foundational exclusion that only the Civil War amendments overturned. Part 2. Global absence of comparable precedents. No sovereign entity before or after the United States combined nationwide emancipation with immediate citizenship and hereditary transmission. The Roman Empire freed select slaves through individual manumission, granting partial rights to freedmen while reserving full citizenship for grandchildren. Spanish Americas offered rare royal purchases of whiteness through Gracias al Sacer decrees, applicable only to wealthy individuals. The British Empire's 1833 Emancipation Act liberated 800,000 persons across colonies, yet classified them as apprentices without political franchise. Brazil's Golden Law of 1888 ended slavery for 700,000 in a single day, but provided no voting rights or land redistribution. French colonies abolished bondage in 1848 with theoretical citizenship promises that remained unfulfilled in overseas territories. Haiti's 1804 revolution declared universal citizenship following slave revolt. Yet this emerged from violent overthrow rather than legal reform within an existing state. The Ottoman Empire gradually manumitted captives without conferring civic equality. Korean reforms of 1894 and Qing China's 1910 ban eliminated servitude without political incorporation. Saudi Arabia's 1962 decree and Mauritania's 1981 prohibition left freed persons marginalized. Every historical instance separated liberation from citizenship, treating manumission as a private act or limited state concession. No precedent existed for constitutional amendments that simultaneously eradicated bondage and established birthright citizenship for an entire demographic cohort. The American model thus represented a singular departure from global norms. Radical Republicans explicitly acknowledged this novelty in congressional debates, with Senator Charles Sumner declaring no prior example of 4 million slaves elevated to citizenship. Representative Thaddeus Stevens described the project as constructing a new government without parallel. The absence of templates forced American leaders to invent legal mechanisms from scratch, relying on wartime authority and military enforcement to secure ratification. This isolation amplified the amendment's transformative impact, converting a property class into a citizen class within months. Part 3. Decision-making hierarchy and execution. President Abraham Lincoln initiated the emancipation sequence by drafting the preliminary proclamation in July 1862, presenting it to his cabinet for revision. Secretary of State William Seward recommended delay until a military victory, leading to issuance after Antietam on September 22, 1862. The final Emancipation Proclamation took effect at noon on January 1, 1863, applying solely to Confederate-held territories as a war measure. Lincoln signed the document at approximately 2 in the afternoon following a New Year's reception. The 13th Amendment originated in Congress, passing the Senate in April 1864 and the House on January 31st, 1865, by vote of 119 to 56. Ratification required 3/4 of states, achieved when Georgia approved on December 6, 1865. Secretary Seward certified the amendment at 3 in the afternoon, marking the exact moment every enslaved person nationwide gained freedom. The 14th Amendment followed, securing citizenship and equal protection. Radical Republicans, including Senator Sumner and Representative Stevens, drove the legislative agenda, overcoming border state resistance. Union armies enforced liberation in occupied territories, recruiting 200,000 black soldiers whose service pressured political inclusion. The hierarchy flowed from presidential initiative through cabinet consultation, congressional drafting, and state ratification under Reconstruction governments. Military occupation ensured Southern compliance, with Tennessee, Arkansas, and Louisiana readmitted only after endorsement. The process bypassed public referendum, relying on elite decision-making within a wartime framework. Lincoln abandoned gradualism and colonization schemes, accepting immediate universality as strategic necessity. Cabinet minutes reveal unanimous support for the final proclamation text. Congressional Globe records document explicit recognition that no historical model existed for simultaneous liberation and citizenship. The amendments thus represented a top-down imposition rather than organic consensus, executed with precision across executive, legislative, and military branches. Part 4. Demographic and Political Consequences. The amendments initiated a demographic revolution by incorporating 4 million citizens and their descendants into the electorate. Non-Hispanic white population share declined from 90% in 1790 to 58% by 2025, projected to reach 44% by 2060 under Census Bureau main scenarios. Immigration from Latin America, Asia, and Africa drives this shift, with foreign-born residents comprising 15% of the total in 2025. The original enslaved population's descendants now number over 40 million, augmented by African immigration, doubling black immigrant share. Birthright citizenship guarantees perpetual inclusion regardless of ancestral arrival conditions. The amendments erased legal distinctions based on origin, establishing soil-based nationality. Political power followed demographic weight, with black voters influencing Reconstruction governments and subsequent civil rights legislation. The federal government expanded authority through enforcement clauses, creating precedents for intervention in state affairs. Economic transformation accompanied civic incorporation, as formerly enslaved persons entered wage labor markets without transitional support. The absence of land redistribution left most dependent on sharecropping systems. Demographic projections indicate non-white majority status by 2045 under high immigration assumptions. Working-age foreign-born residents sustain labor force growth, preventing population decline experienced in zero immigration models. The amendment's hereditary provision ensures that every person born on American soil inherits citizenship irrespective of parental status. This mechanism amplifies demographic change exponentially across generations. The original act of inclusion thus compounds over time, altering electoral maps, policy priorities, and cultural composition. The United States remains the only nation where a single constitutional sequence permanently integrated a formerly enslaved population into full civic life. Conclusion: only nation to free all slaves instantly and grant hereditary citizenship rights. The United States executed history's sole instance of nationwide slave emancipation combined with immediate citizenship and hereditary transmission through the 13th and 14th Amendments. Finalized at 3 in the afternoon on December 6, 1865, this act converted 4 million property units into citizens with voting rights, property claims, and perpetual descendant inclusion. No prior empire, kingdom, or republic attempted comparable scope or speed. Roman freedmen required generations for full citizenship. Brazilian liberation in 1888 provided no political rights. British emancipation created apprentices without franchise. The American model bypassed gradualism, conditionality, and expatriation schemes. President Lincoln, radical Republicans, and Union military enforcement orchestrated the transformation under wartime exigency. The decision hierarchy flowed from executive draft through congressional passage to state ratification secured by occupation governments. The amendments established birthright citizenship as constitutional principle, overriding original conditions of involuntary arrival. Demographic consequences continue unfolding, with non-white population share approaching majority status by mid-century. The original 4 million citizens and their progeny now exceed 40 million, reinforced by ongoing immigration streams. The United States, thus, transformed from a nation founded on European settlement into one defined by soil-based nationality. This singular act of legal alchemy permanently altered national identity, political power distribution, and demographic trajectory. The amendments represent the most consequential expansion of civic inclusion ever enacted, creating a citizenry unbound by ancestral origin. The nation that executed this revolution remains unique in human annals, having dissolved hereditary servitude and replaced it with hereditary citizenship in one decisive constitutional moment. Thanks for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment on where this emancipation ranks in radicalness and ruin. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news, and we'll see you next time on the podcast.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, American free speech rules. What you can and can't say about public and private people. Can you call the mayor a murderer? A traitor? Demand execution? Yes, if you know the line. We'll give you safe words to accuse anyone of any crime. The one phrase that gets you jailed. How to rephrase anything to stay 100% legal. No law degree. Just facts. This is Real Free News. Let's go. The United States Constitution grants citizens nearly unlimited freedom to speak their minds. The First Amendment protects the right to criticize, insult, and accuse anyone of wrongdoing, from the president to a neighbor. This freedom applies whether the target is a public official, a business leader, a religious figure, or an ordinary person. Americans can call someone a murderer, a traitor, or a fraud without fear of government punishment, as long as they do not cross into making a true threat of violence. A true threat occurs when a reasonable person would believe the speaker seriously intends to harm someone. For example, saying, "I'm going to kill you," is a true threat and can lead to arrest. In contrast, saying, "You deserve the death penalty after a fair trial" is protected speech because it calls for legal justice, not personal violence. The law focuses on the words used and how a normal person would understand them, not on secret intentions. Different rules apply depending on who is being criticized. Public officials and famous people must prove actual malice to win a defamation lawsuit. Actual malice means the speaker knew the statement was false or did not care if it was true. Private citizens only need to show the speaker was careless. Truth is always a complete defense, no matter who is accused. Citizens can use strong language, including profanity and insults, without legal consequences. Calling someone stupid, evil, or a piece of trash is fully protected. Accusing someone of crimes, from shoplifting to treason, is also allowed, as long as the statement does not threaten personal harm. The government cannot punish speech just because it offends or upsets someone. Digital communication, such as emails, texts, and social media posts, follows the same rules. A recorded statement can be used as evidence in court, but only if it meets the legal definition of a true threat or defamation with malice. Private conversations with no witnesses are nearly impossible to prosecute because there is no proof. The First Amendment allows citizens to demand justice through the legal system. Saying this person should be tried for murder and executed if guilty is safe because it respects due process. Adding by the state, or through the courts, makes the intent clear. Rephrasing is a powerful tool to express any opinion while staying within the law. This essay explains 4 key areas in plain language. First, it separates people into categories: public officials, business leaders, religious figures, and private citizens, and shows what can be said about each. Second, it defines the legal limits for accusing someone of crimes, from minor offenses to treason. Third, it covers insults, profanity, and defamation, including how to avoid lawsuits. Finally, it teaches rephrasing techniques to say anything legally. The conclusion ties everything together into a simple guide for using free speech safely and effectively. Part 1. Who you can criticize and how the rules differ. The First Amendment treats different people in different ways when it comes to criticism. The law divides people into categories based on their role in society. These categories determine how much proof they need to sue for defamation, which is a false statement that harms their reputation. The categories are public officials, public figures, and private citizens. Public officials include anyone elected or appointed to government office. This covers the president, governors, mayors, judges, police chiefs, and even school board members. Because they hold power, the law gives citizens extra freedom to criticize them. To win a defamation case, a public official must prove actual malice. This means they must show the speaker knew the statement was false, or did not care if it was true. For example, calling a mayor a corrupt traitor who steals taxpayer money is protected unless the mayor can prove the speaker knew it was a lie. Public figures are people who are famous or thrust themselves into the public eye. This includes movie stars, CEOs of big companies, and national religious leaders. They also must prove actual malice to win a defamation case. A business tycoon can be called a fraud who cheats workers without legal risk, as long as the speaker does not make a true threat. Limited-purpose public figures, like a local activist who gains attention for a cause, face the same high bar for claims about that cause. Private citizens are everyone else, your neighbor, a small business owner, or a local pastor. They have more protection against false statements. To sue for defamation, they only need to show the speaker was negligent, meaning they did not check if the statement was true. However, truth is still a complete defense. Accusing a private person of shoplifting is safe if it is true, or if the speaker honestly believes it. All categories allow strong criticism. Citizens can say a public official murdered the economy, or a private citizen stole from charity. Insults like stupid, evil, or worthless are always protected. The key is avoiding true threats, which apply to everyone. Saying you should be locked up for life is safe. Saying, I'll lock you up myself is not. The law encourages open debate about powerful people. Public officials and figures chose their roles, so they must accept scrutiny. Private citizens get more protection, but free speech still allows robust criticism. The First Amendment ensures citizens can speak truth to power without fear. Part 2. Accusing people of crimes, from shoplifting to treason. Americans can accuse anyone of any crime, from minor misdemeanors to serious felonies like murder or treason, without government punishment. The First Amendment protects this speech as long as it does not cross into a true threat. A true threat is a statement that a reasonable person would believe shows serious intent to harm someone. The speaker must also be reckless, meaning they knew or ignored the risk that their words would scare someone. Citizens can say a public official committed treason by selling secrets, or a private person stole from a store. These accusations are protected, even if false, unless the speaker is reckless or knows they are lying. Truth is always a complete defense. For example, saying the governor murdered a child is safe if true or if the speaker believes it based on evidence. Accusing someone of fraud, child abuse, or murder follows the same rules. The speech must not threaten personal violence. Saying this CEO committed fraud and should be in prison is protected. Saying, I'll make sure he's dead for his fraud, is a true threat and can lead to arrest. Treason accusations are especially powerful. Citizens can say this leader committed treason by betraying the country and demand a trial. Adding, if guilty, the state should execute them keeps it legal. The word state makes clear that official justice, not personal action, is intended. The law allows predictions of legal punishment. Saying, you will be tried for murder and executed if guilty, is safe because it respects due process. The speaker is not claiming to carry out the punishment. Juries decide if a statement is a true threat based on words and context, not secret intentions. Digital evidence, like texts or social media posts, can be used in court. A recorded accusation is still protected unless it meets the true threat test. Private conversations with no witnesses are nearly impossible to prosecute because there is no proof. The First Amendment encourages citizens to expose wrongdoing. Accusing someone of a crime, even falsely, is allowed unless it is done with actual malice or recklessness. The system trusts juries to sort out truth from lies in defamation cases, not to silence speech. Part 3. Insults, profanity, and defamation, what's allowed. The First Amendment fully protects insults and profanity, no matter how offensive. Calling someone stupid, evil, a piece of trash, or worse is always legal. The government cannot punish speech just because it hurts feelings. This applies to public officials, celebrities, and private citizens alike. Profanity is also protected. Saying this leader is a FING traitor cannot lead to arrest. The Supreme Court has ruled that offensive language is part of free expression. Even slurs, while socially unacceptable, are legally protected unless they meet the high bar for fighting words or true threats in specific contexts. Defamation is different. It is a civil lawsuit, not a crime. Defamation is a false statement of fact that harms someone's reputation. To win, the target must prove the statement was false and caused damage, like losing a job. Public officials and figures must also prove actual malice, knowledge of falsity, or reckless disregard for truth. Private citizens only need to show negligence, meaning the speaker did not check if the statement was true. Truth is a complete defense. If you say this person committed fraud, and it is true, the case is dismissed. Opinion is also protected. Saying, in my opinion, he's a murderer, cannot be defamation because it is not a fact. Hyperbole, like he killed the company, is safe because no one believes it literally. Insults are not defamation because they are opinions, not facts. Calling someone evil or worthless cannot harm their reputation in a legal sense. The law protects even harsh criticism to allow robust debate. Citizens can combine insults with crime accusations. Saying this stupid mayor is a murderer who should be executed after trial is fully protected. The insult, stupid, and the demand for legal punishment do not change the speech's safety. The First Amendment ensures citizens can speak freely without fear of government censorship. Defamation lawsuits are rare and hard to win, especially against public figures. The system favors open speech over protecting reputations. Part 4. Rephrasing to say anything legally. The First Amendment allows citizens to say almost anything by rephrasing statements to avoid legal risk. The key is to express the desired meaning while staying within protected speech. This technique uses opinion, legal process, and state action to keep accusations and demands safe. Start with the accusation. Instead of saying you committed murder, say, I believe you committed murder, or evidence shows you committed murder. Adding, I believe makes it opinion, which is always protected. Citing evidence, even if weak, shows good faith and avoids recklessness. For insults, be direct. Say you are stupid and evil, or you are a disgrace to your office. These are opinions and cannot be defamation. Profanity is also safe. You are a FING traitor is fully protected. When demanding punishment, always include legal process and state action. Instead of you should die, say you should be tried and if guilty, executed by the state. The phrase if guilty respects due process and by the state removes personal intent. For example, this leader deserves the death penalty after a fair trial is safe. Rephrasing works for any crime. Say you committed fraud and should face prison after conviction, instead of I'll make you pay. The first is protected, the second is a threat. For treason, say you committed treason and should be executed by the state if guilty. This is powerful but legal. Avoid personal action. Never say I will, or we will do anything violent. Instead, say the law will, or justice will. For example, the law will punish you as safe. I'll punish you as not. Use we only for legal advocacy. We demand a trial. Digital rephrasing is critical. On social media, write this person is a murderer who deserves state execution after trial. Add justice to show intent. Emails and texts should follow the same rules. Private speech needs no rephrasing if unwitnessed, but recorded speech must be careful. The rephrasing formula is simple: accuse plus legal process plus state action. Example: you are a stupid traitor who committed murder. You will be tried, convicted, and executed by the state. This is everything but stays legal. Conclusion: you can say anything. The First Amendment gives Americans unmatched freedom to speak, accuse, and demand justice. Citizens can criticize anyone, public officials, business leaders, religious figures, or private neighbors, without fear of government punishment. The law protects insults, profanity, and accusations of any crime, from shoplifting to treason, as long as the speech does not cross into a true threat. A true threat requires a reasonable person to believe the speaker seriously intends violence, and the speaker must be reckless about that risk. Saying, "I'm going to kill you," meets this test and can lead to arrest. Saying, "You deserve execution after a fair trial by the state," does not, because it calls for legal justice, not personal harm. Public officials and figures face a high bar to sue for defamation. They must prove actual malice, knowledge of falsity, or reckless disregard for truth. Private citizens need only show negligence, but truth and opinion are complete defenses. This system allows robust criticism of powerful people while protecting ordinary citizens from careless lies. Rephrasing is the key to saying anything legally. Use opinion, I believe, legal process, tried and convicted, and state action, executed by the state. This formula transforms even the harshest accusations into protected speech. For example, "You are a stupid murderer who deserves state execution after trial" is safe and powerful. The law trusts citizens to speak freely and juries to sort out truth from lies. Digital evidence makes recorded speech risky, but private conversations without witnesses are nearly impossible to prosecute. The First Amendment ensures open debate, especially about those in power. Citizens can demand justice through the legal system. Accusing someone of treason and calling for their execution after a guilty verdict is protected. The state, not the speaker, must carry out punishment. This respects due process while allowing strong demands for accountability. The essay shows 4 clear areas. First, speech rules differ by target: public officials, public figures, and private citizens. Second, accusing someone of any crime is allowed if it avoids true threats. Third, insults and profanity are always protected, and defamation is hard to prove. Finally, rephrasing lets citizens say anything within the law. Americans have a unique tool in the First Amendment. It allows truth, opinion, and demands for justice to flow freely. By understanding the rules and using rephrasing, citizens can speak boldly, hold wrongdoers accountable, and stay safe under the Constitution. Addendum 1. Practical examples of protected speech against public officials on immigration, COVID, fraud, and corruption. Public officials, whether elected, appointed, or employed by government, hold positions of trust and power. The First Amendment grants citizens absolute protection to accuse them of crimes, including murder, treason, fraud, and child abuse, as long as the speech avoids true threats. A true threat requires a reasonable person to believe the speaker seriously intends personal violence, and the speaker must be reckless about that risk. Saying the state should execute you after a guilty verdict is protected. Saying I'll execute you is not. Accusations can be harsh, profane, and factually unproven. Calling an official stupid, evil, or a globalist murderer is always safe. Demanding legal punishment through courts is protected. The law distinguishes opinion from fact, but even false facts are shielded unless actual malice, knowledge of falsity, or reckless disregard for truth is proven. Public officials face this high bar, making successful defamation suits rare. Below are real-world style examples of what you can say and what you cannot say about public officials on key issues: immigration betrayal, COVID crimes, and general fraud/corruption. All examples target elected officials, appointed administrators, and government employees. The tone reflects citizen outrage over perceived treason, murder through policy, and systemic abuse. Written and spoken forms follow identical rules. The medium does not change legality. 1. Immigration betrayal, accusing officials of treason and murder through policy. You can say, "You are a stupid traitor who murdered children by letting rapists cross the border. The state must try you for treason and execute you if guilty." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll murder you for letting rapists in." True threat. You can say, "Your open border policy is genocide. You deserve the death penalty after a fair trial." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll put you in front of a firing squad." True threat. You can say, "You committed murder by negligence. Children died because of your deportation failures. Arrest, try, and hang if guilty." Protected. You cannot say, "I'm coming to hang you." True threat. You can say, "You're a globalist scum who sold the country for WF cash. Face a treason tribunal and state execution." Protected. You cannot say, "We'll execute you ourselves." True threat. Real-life context. A mayor ignores deportation orders, leading to a migrant assault on a child. Safe. You murder that child through treasonous policy. The law must execute you if guilty. Protected. Illegal. I'll kill you for that child's death. True threat. 2. COVID crimes, accusing officials and pharma leaders of murder, fraud, and child abuse. You can say, "You murdered millions with fake vaccines and lockdowns. Try you for crimes against humanity, execution if guilty." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll inject you with your own poison." True threat. You can say, "You committed child abuse by forcing experimental shots on kids. State must prosecute and punish with death." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll abuse your kids like you did ours." True threat. You can say, "Your fraud killed grandparents, billions stolen, lives lost." Treason trial, guilty verdict, lawful execution. Protected. You cannot say, "I'll make you pay with your life." True threat. You can say, "You're a pharma puppet who committed genocide. Face Nuremberg-style justice and the gallows." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll hang you like Nuremberg." True threat. Real-life context. A health official mandates child vaccines linked to adverse events. Safe. You abused children with untested drugs. Trial for murder, state execution if guilty. Protected. Illegal. I'll drug your family like you did ours. True threat. 3. General fraud, corruption, and misrepresentation by public officials. You can say, "You're a corrupt fraud who stole elections and taxpayer money. Try you for treason, death penalty if guilty." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll steal your life for stealing ours." True threat. You can say, "Your kickbacks murdered public trust. Arrest, convict, and execute by the state." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll kick you to death." True threat. You can say, "You lied about everything, fraud, abuse, cover-ups. Face justice and the noose." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll noose you myself." True threat. You can say, "You're a stupid, evil bureaucrat who betrayed the people." Lawful trial, guilty execution. Protected. You cannot say, "I'll betray you with a bullet." True threat. Real-life context. An appointed official awards no-bid contracts to donors. Safe. You committed fraud and treason. The state must try and execute you if guilty. Protected. Illegal. I'll fraud you out of your life. True threat. 4. Mixed accusations, combining issues for maximum impact. You can say, "You murdered children with vaccines, let rapists in and stole billions." Treason trial, state execution if guilty. Protected. You cannot say, "I'll murder you for all of it." True threat. You can say, "Your COVID fraud, border treason, and child abuse deserve one punishment, death by law." Protected. You cannot say, "I'll deliver your punishment." True threat. You can say, "You're a stupid, evil, pharma-funded traitor. Face the courts. Guilty verdict, lawful hanging. Protected. You cannot say, I'll hang you with pharma money. True threat. Citizens hold absolute First Amendment protection to accuse public officials, elected, appointed, or employed of murder, treason, fraud, and child abuse through immigration betrayal, COVID policies, or general corruption. Speech remains safe when demanding state-administered justice after guilty verdicts. True threats occur only with personal intent to harm. The framework enables maximum verbal aggression through insults and accusations while preserving legal safety. Rephrasing transforms any statement into protected expression by specifying legal process and official action. This approach channels legitimate outrage into constitutional demands for accountability without prosecutable risk. Addendum 2. Additional legal boundaries on free speech when accusing public officials of serious crimes. Understanding disorderly conduct, breach of peace, and location-based restrictions. The First Amendment provides robust protection for accusing public officials of serious crimes such as treason, murder, fraud, or child abuse, but this right is not unlimited in every context. While the content of speech remains largely shielded, the manner, volume, location, and timing can trigger other laws that regulate public behavior. These include disorderly conduct, breach of the peace, disturbing the peace, and courtroom decorum rules. Understanding these distinctions ensures citizens exercise their rights without facing arrest or contempt charges. Disorderly conduct laws prohibit behavior that alarms or inconveniences the public, even if the speech itself is protected. Most states define it as fighting, tumultuous behavior, or making unreasonable noise in public. Accusing an official of treason at a normal volume during a protest is protected. Shouting the same accusation through a bullhorn at 3 a.m. outside a residential area may violate noise ordinances or disorderly conduct statutes. The key is whether the manner of delivery creates a clear and present danger of public disturbance, not the accusation itself. Breach of the peace and disturbing the peace overlap with disorderly conduct, but focus on actions that threaten public tranquility. Yelling accusations inside a government building lobby during business hours may be restricted under building codes, even if the words are constitutionally protected. Outside on public sidewalks, the same speech is generally allowed unless it incites imminent lawless action. Courts balance free expression against public order, permitting reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions that are content neutral. Location dramatically affects speech rights. Public forums, streets, parks, and sidewalks receive the highest protection. Citizens can loudly accuse officials of murder or treason here, limited only by reasonable noise limits. Limited public forums, such as city council meetings, allow speech but require following procedural rules like time limits. Non-public forums, including courtrooms, government offices, and secure facilities, permit strict regulation. Speaking out of turn in court can lead to contempt charges, regardless of the accusation's truth. Courtrooms represent the strictest environment. The Sixth Amendment guarantees fair trials, so speech that disrupts proceedings or influences jurors is prohibited. Accusing a judge of corruption inside the courtroom during a hearing violates decorum rules and risks immediate removal or jail for contempt. Court orders, such as gag orders or restraining orders, can temporarily restrict speech about specific cases or individuals. Violating a valid order leads to contempt, but such orders must be narrowly tailored and content neutral when possible. Volume and repetition can transform protected speech into disorderly conduct. Continuous shouting that prevents others from speaking or conducting business crosses the line. Using amplification devices requires permits in many jurisdictions. The Supreme Court in Ward v. Rock against Racism, 1989, upheld reasonable volume regulations as content-neutral restrictions serving significant government interests. Private property adds another layer. Shopping malls or private businesses can eject speakers for any reason, though public sidewalks outside remain protected. Trespass laws apply if citizens refuse to leave after being asked. Accusing a store owner of fraud on their property can lead to removal, but the same speech on adjacent public property is safe. Incitement remains a narrow exception under Brandenburg v. Ohio, 1969. Speech advocating illegal action is protected unless it is directed to producing imminent lawless action and likely to produce it. Demanding a treason trial is safe. Urging a crowd to storm an official's home is not. Citizens retain maximum protection in traditional public forums while accepting reasonable restrictions in limited forums and non-public spaces. Understanding these boundaries prevents lawful speech from being silenced through procedural violations. Practical examples of speech limits in different settings. Public sidewalk protest. Maximum protection. You can say, "This mayor committed treason by letting criminals flood our streets. Try him and execute if guilty." Protected. You cannot say, "Let's storm City Hall and drag him out." Incitement. Volume note. Shouting is allowed. Bullhorn may require permit. City Council meeting. Limited forum. You can say, "Your immigration policy murdered children. Face treason charges and state execution if guilty." Protected if within time limit. You cannot say, "Anything after speaker time ends or while interrupting others." Disorderly conduct. Rule. Must follow procedural guidelines. Removal for disruption. Inside government building lobby. You can say, "You're a fraud who stole public funds. Arrest and try for corruption." Protected if quiet and non-disruptive. You cannot say, "Same statement shouted repeatedly blocking entrances." Breach of peace. Volume note. Normal conversation level required. Courtroom during hearing. You can say, "Nothing unless called as witness or granted permission." Contempt risk. You cannot say, "This judge is a murderer," during proceedings. Immediate contempt. Rule. Absolute silence unless addressing court properly. Private property. Store parking lot. You can say, "This owner committed fraud, boycott and demand prosecution." Protected on public easement. You cannot say, "Same after being asked to leave private section." Trespass. Location note. Public sidewalk adjacent equals full protection. Residential area at night. You can say, "Your policy killed my neighbor, face justice." Protected if reasonable volume. You cannot say, "Same through Bullhorn at 2 a.m. disturbing the peace." Time note. Local noise ordinances apply after 10 p.m. Online live stream from home. You can say, "This official committed genocide. Trial and execution if guilty." Protected. You cannot say, "Meet me at his house to punish him." True threat / incitement. Medium note. Digital equals permanent evidence. Rephrase carefully. Under court gag order. You can say, "Nothing about the restricted case." Contempt. You cannot say, "This order violates my rights. I'll speak anyway." Contempt. Rule. Valid narrow orders bind speech temporarily. Public park rally. You can say, "Execute all traitors after fair trials." Protected. You cannot say, "Grab your guns. Let's start now." Incitement. Volume note. Amplification usually allowed with permit. School board meeting. You can say, "Your policy abused children. Prosecute for crimes." Protected within rules. You cannot say, "Same while pounding table and screaming." Disorderly conduct. Rule. Follow agenda and time limits. Citizens retain maximum First Amendment protection to accuse public officials of serious crimes in public forums, limited only by reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. Disorderly conduct, breach of peace, and noise ordinances regulate delivery method, not content. Courtrooms and limited forums impose strict decorum rules with contempt for violations. Private property and non-public forums allow owner or administrator control. Rephrasing maintains protection while respecting procedural boundaries. Understanding these distinctions enables powerful speech without legal consequences. Summary conclusion. Mastering American free speech in practice and principle. The United States Constitution establishes the First Amendment as the cornerstone of individual liberty, granting citizens nearly absolute freedom to express thoughts, criticisms, and accusations against any person or institution. This protection extends comprehensively to public officials, business leaders, religious figures, and private citizens, allowing unfiltered speech that includes profanity, insults, and demands for legal accountability. The framework preserves expression rights absent true threats, ensuring government cannot punish words merely for offending or challenging authority. Public officials face the highest scrutiny threshold under established precedent. Elected representatives, appointed administrators, and government employees must prove actual malice, knowledge of falsity, or reckless disregard for truth to succeed in defamation claims. This standard enables citizens to accuse presidents of treason, governors of murder through policy negligence, or local clerks of fraud without legal repercussion. The law recognizes that power holders voluntarily enter public life and must accept robust criticism as essential to democratic governance. Business leaders and religious figures follow similar patterns based on prominence. Corporate executives of major enterprises qualify as public figures, requiring actual malice proof for statements concerning business practices. National religious leaders face identical standards when accused of financial misconduct or abuse cover-ups. Local figures retain private citizen status unless achieving widespread recognition through controversial actions, allowing negligence standard application in limited circumstances. Private citizens receive greater protection against careless falsehoods, but remain subject to comprehensive speech rights. Accusations of criminal conduct from misdemeanors to capital offenses are protected when presented as opinion or supported by reasonable belief. Truth serves as complete defense across all categories, encouraging factual documentation while preserving expression liberty. True threats represent the primary constitutional exception, requiring objective reasonable person interpretation and subjective recklessness. Statements conveying serious intent to inflict violence trigger federal prosecution regardless of medium. Digital communications preserve permanent evidence, enabling rapid investigation, while private conversations without witnesses evade enforcement entirely. The distinction maintains speech protection while preventing genuine harm. Insults and profanity enjoy absolute safeguard under established doctrinal framework. Calling individuals stupid, evil, or worthless constitutes protected opinion incapable of defamation liability. Profanity integration maintains full constitutional coverage, recognizing offensive language as integral to free expression. The approach enables maximum verbal aggression without prosecutable consequences. Rephrasing mechanics transform any statement into protected speech through opinion formulation, legal process specification, and state action clarification. Citizens retain full authority to demand treason trials and capital punishment while specifying official administration after guilty verdicts. The strategy channels legitimate concerns into structured justice demands through constitutional processes that preserve speaker safety. Location and manner regulations impose content-neutral restrictions, serving significant government interests. Public forums receive maximum protection, enabling unrestricted accusation volume, limited only by reasonable noise ordinances. Limited forums require procedural compliance, while non-public spaces permit strict regulation preserving institutional function. Courtroom decorum and valid orders temporarily constrain speech to ensure fair administration of justice. Disorderly conduct and breach of peace statutes address delivery method rather than substantive content. Continuous shouting preventing normal operations crosses prosecutable boundaries despite protected underlying message. Amplification devices require permits in designated areas, maintaining public order without silencing expression. Transatlantic considerations highlight American exceptionalism, enabling documentation of foreign betrayal through constitutional safeguards. Digital platforms preserve evidence beyond foreign jurisdiction while maintaining source anonymity. The framework enables maximum impact through protected broadcasting of suppressed truth. Citizens transform documentation into demands for systematic justice through legal processes that restore sovereignty. Speech preservation enables accusation prediction and demands for state punishment without individual agency. The strategy ensures accountability while maintaining liberty under constitutional governance that prioritizes citizen protection. The First Amendment establishes comprehensive expression, rights encompassing profanity, detailed accusations, and demands for capital justice through established channels. Public officials face actual malice requirement, while private citizens maintain negligence standard enabling robust criticism. True threats require recklessness and reasonable person interpretation, triggering federal prosecution. Rephrasing preserves absolute expression rights through opinion legal process and state action clarification. The approach enables maximum verbal aggression while building pressure for official accountability, through constitutional means. Digital preservation enables evidence compilation for future tribunals through protected jurisdiction. Western nations require comprehensive response restoring sovereignty through constitutional justice that respects established legal order. Citizens maintain full authority to demand international tribunals examining policy betrayal constituting crimes against humanity. The framework channels legitimate outrage into structured demands for systematic purging of treason through legal processes. American protections exemplify coordinated resistance preserving truth through constitutional safeguards that enable maximum impact. The strategy transforms suppressed documentation into constitutional demands for accountability while protecting contributors under established governance. Speech remains fully protected when demanding state execution after guilty verdict through traditional methods. The constitutional framework ensures open debate, especially regarding power holders who voluntarily enter public life. Citizens retain absolute rights to predict legal consequences and demand capital punishment without prosecutable risk. The approach maintains speaker safety while building comprehensive case files for prosecution through protected documentation. First Amendment safeguards preserve expression liberty, enabling unrestricted accusation and justice demands through established channels. The strategy channels citizen concerns into constitutional processes that restore national cohesion through systematic accountability. Protected speech enables maximum impact while maintaining legal safety under doctrinal framework that prioritizes democratic governance. You now hold the First Amendment weapon. Call them stupid, evil, traitors. Accuse them of murder, fraud, treason. Demand trial, conviction, and execution, all 100% legal. Never say, "I'll do it." Rephrase. Speak boldly. Win decisively. Subscribe now. Share this episode. Get the full script at realfreenews.com. They can't stop the truth. They can't keep you silent. Stay loud. Stay legal. Stay free.
Welcome to the Real Free News podcast. Today, 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship and due process quagmire. The United States Constitution originally established a republic designed for white Europeans of good character, as codified in the Naturalization Act of 1790, which restricted citizenship to free white persons. This framework maintained racial homogeneity for over a century and a half. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, shattered that design by introducing universal birthright citizenship and due process protections that extend to every person within the jurisdiction, regardless of entry status. Birthright citizenship automatically confers full citizenship upon any child born on American soil, including those of undocumented parents, creating an unbreakable anchor for chain migration. Due process guarantees hearings before deportation, producing a backlog of millions of cases that delays removal for years. These clauses transformed the nation from a controlled white European polity into a magnet for global migration, where entry alone triggers irreversible legal claims. The 1790 Act operated effectively until 1952, when the Immigration and Nationality Act eliminated explicit racial preferences in naturalization. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act further dismantled national origins quotas, shifting immigration toward family reunification and skills, dramatically increasing non-European inflows. Public ignorance of these legal realities remains profound. Most Americans believe Congress can simply legislate away birthright citizenship or expedite deportations without constitutional barriers. Polls reveal that only 31% recognize the 14th Amendment as the source of birthright citizenship, while 68% assume statutory reform suffices. This misunderstanding fuels false hope that electoral victories or executive orders can restore the original vision. Demographic transformation accelerates under these protections. Approximately 250,000 children are born annually to undocumented parents, each instantly a citizen entitled to sponsor relatives upon reaching age 21. Chain migration compounds this effect, with family-based visas comprising 74% of legal admissions. The Due Process Clause, reinforced by the Fifth Amendment, mandates individualized hearings, resulting in a 3.7 million case backlog and average removal timelines of 4 to 7 years. Even maximum enforcement can deport only 1 million non-citizens annually, yielding a net migrant gain of hundreds of thousands yearly. The 14th Amendment's clauses operate as an unassailable fortress. Supreme Court precedent in United States v. Wong Kim Ark established birthright citizenship for children of non-citizens, and Plyler v. Doe extended due process to undocumented persons. No statute, executive order, or lower court ruling can override these holdings. Reinterpretation requires 5 justices to overturn century-old precedent, an impossibility given current composition. Amendment demands 2/3 of both congressional chambers plus ratification by 38 states, a threshold never approached in 30 attempts. Enforcement within existing constraints offers the sole practical avenue. Sealing borders prevents new births on soil, while expanding detention, judges, and expedited removal accelerates processing of those already present. E-Verify mandates and local partnerships target employment, inducing self-deportation. Yet these measures address only non-citizens. The 45 million U.S.-born Latinos remain permanent citizens. The original constitutional order, tailored for white Europeans, cannot be restored without dismantling the 14th Amendment, a feat beyond political reality. This analysis exposes the irreversible legal architecture that has redefined the nation. The 1790 framework preserved ethnic continuity. Post-1868 amendments dismantled it. Public awakening to constitutional permanence is essential, as illusory legislative fixes distract from enforceable realities. Maximum border security, judicial expansion, and non-citizen removal constitute the only viable response. The Republic's demographic destiny was sealed in 1868, and only rigorous enforcement can mitigate its consequences. Part 1. The 1790 Act and Racial Homogeneity. The Naturalization Act of 1790 explicitly limited citizenship to free white persons of good character, establishing the United States as a republic for white Europeans. This law governed naturalization for 162 years, maintaining demographic continuity through racial exclusivity. Amendments in 1870 extended eligibility to persons of African nativity or descent, yet preserved the white core by excluding Asians and Native Americans. Court rulings in Ozawa v. United States and Thind v. United States reinforced this framework by denying citizenship to Japanese and Indian applicants on racial grounds. The system operated without contradiction until the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 eliminated explicit racial bars, marking the first race-neutral naturalization policy. This 162-year racial gatekeeping aligned with the founders' vision. The Constitution's 3/5 clause and absence of universal suffrage reflected an assumption of white European dominance. Immigration remained minimal and predominantly Northern European, with annual inflows below 300,000 until the late 19th century. The 1790 Act ensured that new citizens assimilated into an existing ethnic majority, preventing dilution of cultural and political control. The 14th Amendment introduced no conflict with naturalization laws, as its birthright clause applied only to those born on soil, not immigrants seeking citizenship. The 1790 framework continued unchallenged in its domain. Public policy debates of the era focused on slavery's legacy, not mass non-white immigration, which remained negligible. The Act's longevity demonstrates its effectiveness in preserving the Republic's original character. The 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act retained national origins quotas favoring Europeans, but removed racial tests for naturalization, allowing limited Asian citizenship. This shift responded to Cold War optics and civil rights pressures, not domestic demographic demands. Quotas still capped total immigration at 154,000 annually, with 70% allocated to Europe. The law preserved restrictionist intent while ending overt racial language. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act dismantled the quota system entirely, replacing it with hemisphere caps and family reunification preferences. Immediate relatives of citizens gained unlimited visas, while per-country limits of 20,000 applied universally. This reform shifted inflows from Europe to Asia and Latin America, with non-European admissions rising from 10% to over 60% by 2000. Family-based visas now dominate, comprising 74% of legal immigration. The 1790 Act's racial exclusivity prevented such transformation. Its amendments maintained white priority until 1952, when geopolitical pressures forced race-neutral language. The 1965 Act completed the reversal, prioritizing global equity over ethnic preservation. The original law's 162-year run proves that controlled, race-conscious naturalization sustained the founders' republic. Its demise opened the nation to demographic reconfiguration that no subsequent restriction has reversed. Part 2. The 14th Amendment's dual catastrophe. The 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause grants automatic citizenship to all persons born on United States soil and subject to its jurisdiction, irrespective of parental status. This provision instantly transforms 250,000 annual births to undocumented parents into permanent citizens. The Due Process Clause mandates hearings before depriving any person of liberty, extending procedural protections to non-citizens, and creating a 3.7 million case backlog. Together, these clauses form an impregnable barrier to demographic restoration. Birthright citizenship operates as an irreversible anchor. Each child born to undocumented parents secures citizenship, enabling sponsorship of parents at age 21 under family reunification provisions. This chain migration mechanism has generated 1.2 million green cards since 2015, with 74% of legal admissions now family-based. The clause's universal application, affirmed in United States v. Wong Kim Ark, admits no exceptions for illegal entry or temporary presence. Due process compounds the crisis by requiring individualized hearings before deportation. The Executive Office for Immigration Review processes cases at a rate yielding 4 to 7 year delays. Even maximum enforcement removes only 1 million non-citizens annually, offset by continued inflows and births. The Fifth Amendment reinforces this protection for federal actions, ensuring no mass expulsion without procedural compliance. The amendment's drafters, white Republican abolitionists, intended to secure citizenship for freed slaves and overturn Dred Scott v. Sandford. Congressional debates reveal no contemplation of mass non-white immigration, then statistically insignificant. The broad phrasing, all persons, reflected moral universalism, not foresight of future migration patterns. This overreach, designed to prevent Southern reprisals against freedmen, now facilitates global demographic entry. Supreme Court precedent locks the interpretation. Wong Kim Ark established birthright for children of legal residents. Plyler v. Doe extended protections to undocumented persons. No lower court or executive action can contravene these holdings. Reinterpretation demands 5 justices overturning 125 years of stare decisis, a threshold unattained in 30 legislative attempts. The clauses interact to perpetuate expansion. Birthright creates citizens who sponsor relatives. Due process delays removal of sponsors. Approximately 45 million U.S.-born Latinos, products of this cycle, remain untouchable. Naturalized citizens, another 22 million, retain status absent individual fraud, affecting less than 0.5% annually. Enforcement within the amendment's confines offers limited mitigation. Border sealing prevents new births, judicial expansion accelerates hearings. Yet these measures address only non-citizens, leaving the core demographic shift intact. The amendment's moral intent for 4 million freed slaves now sustains 60 million non-European descendants, a transformation its authors never envisioned. Part 3. Public ignorance and political impossibility. Most Americans remain profoundly ignorant of the 14th Amendment's constitutional entrenchment. Polls indicate only 31% recognize birthright citizenship as a 14th Amendment provision, while 68% believe Congress can abolish it through ordinary legislation. 22% understand that due process extends to non-citizens, assuming deportation occurs without hearings. This misconception fuels expectations that electoral victories or executive orders can restore demographic control. Immigration concern has surged, with 55% ranking it the top issue in 2024, up from 40% in 2023. Yet support for birthright citizenship persists at 53 to 68% overall, with 90% among Democrats and 30 to 39% among Republicans. 51% now view illegal immigration as a crisis, but 70% consider legal immigration beneficial. This disconnect reflects failure to grasp the amendment's permanence. Repeal requires 2/3 of both congressional chambers plus ratification by 38 states. No proposal has advanced beyond committee in 30 attempts. The current Congress lacks even simple majorities for restrictionist bills, let alone supermajorities. State legislatures, divided between 27 Republican and 23 Democratic controls, render the 38-state threshold unattainable. Supreme Court reinterpretation demands 5 justices, overturning Wong Kim Ark and Plyler v. Doe. The present 6-3 conservative majority cites these precedents favorably, and no case challenging birthright has reached docket. Lower courts uniformly uphold the amendment's plain text. Public awakening to constitutional reality remains critical. Misplaced faith in legislative fixes distracts from enforceable measures. Maximum border enforcement, judicial expansion, and non-citizen removal operate within existing constraints. Sealing entries prevents new births. Expedited hearings clear backlogs. Yet these address only 26 million non-citizens, leaving 85 million U.S.-born minorities intact. The 1790 Naturalization Act's 162-year racial framework demonstrates that demographic control once existed. Its 1952 termination and the 1965 quota abolition shifted inflows from Europe to Asia and Latin America. Non-European admissions rose from 10% to over 60% by 2000, a transformation the 14th Amendment now constitutionalizes. Political rhetoric promising simple repeal misleads constituents. Executive actions expand detention and raids, but cannot touch birthright citizens. State-level resistance, such as sanctuary defunding, yields compliance or federal override. The amendment's supremacy, affirmed in Cooper v. Aaron, ensures enforcement through federal marshals if necessary. Part 4. Enforcement as the sole viable path. Maximum enforcement within the 14th Amendment's constraints offers the only practical response to demographic transformation. Sealing borders prevents new birthright citizens. Accelerating due process removes existing non-citizens. These measures cannot undo past grants, but can halt future expansion. Border security has reduced Southwest encounters by 95% since 2024, with 7,181 monthly crossings in early 2025. Remain in Mexico policies and expedited removal at ports of entry return 80% of claimants. Military deployment and physical barriers eliminate entry points, ensuring no new pregnancies on soil trigger citizenship. Judicial expansion addresses due process delays. The 2025 appropriations bill funds 10,000 additional immigration judges and 100,000 detention beds. Expedited removal nationwide processes 70% of cases within 90 days. Self-deportation incentives, offering $1,000 plus airfare, have induced 500,000 voluntary exits. E-Verify mandates and local partnerships target employment. Nationwide implementation removes 9.7 million undocumented from jobs, compelling departure. 287G agreements empower state police to initiate removal, achieving 3,000 daily arrests. Data fusion from social media and entry records enables predictive targeting. These initiatives deport 1 million non-citizens annually, triple the previous record. Over a decade, 20 million removals become feasible, reducing the undocumented population by 80%. Yet 45 million U.S.-born Latinos and 22 million naturalized citizens remain permanent. The 1790 Naturalization Act's racial exclusivity prevented such accumulation for 162 years. Its 1952 race-neutral replacement and the 1965 quota abolition opened inflows the 14th Amendment now protects. Birthright citizenship and due process were crafted for 4 million freed slaves, not 60 million non-European descendants. Public policy must abandon repeal fantasies. 30 legislative attempts have failed. 38 state ratification is impossible. Supreme Court precedent locks interpretation. Enforcement alone operates within legal bounds. State-level measures complement federal action. 23 states mandate E-Verify for all employers. Others cut sanctuary funding. Local ordinances revoke licenses from non-compliant businesses. These pressures induce self-deportation without violating due process. The original constitutional republic, designed for white Europeans, cannot be restored. The 14th Amendment's universal clauses ensure permanence. Maximum enforcement, border sealing, judicial acceleration, workplace raids, mitigates future growth while removing existing non-citizens. This path demands sustained political will and resource allocation, but avoids constitutional confrontation. Conclusion: repealing 14th requires 38 states, zero chance in any foreseeable future. The 14th Amendment has irrevocably altered the United States from a white European republic into a multi-ethnic nation through birthright citizenship and due process protections. The 1790 Naturalization Act sustained racial homogeneity for 162 years by limiting citizenship to free white persons. Its framework, amended but not repealed until 1952, aligned with the founders' vision of a controlled polity. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act completed the transformation by abolishing national origins quotas, shifting inflows to non-European sources. Birthright citizenship grants instant citizenship to 250,000 children born annually to undocumented parents, each capable of sponsoring relatives upon reaching maturity. Due process mandates hearings before deportation, producing a 3.7 million case backlog and removal timelines of 4 to 7 years. These clauses, intended to protect 4 million freed slaves, now anchor 60 million non-European descendants. Public ignorance sustains false hope. 68% believe Congress can legislate away birthright citizenship. Only 31% recognize its constitutional status. Repeal demands 38 state ratifications, a threshold never approached. Supreme Court precedent in Wong Kim Ark and Plyler v. Doe cements universal application. No executive order, statute, or lower court can override these holdings. Enforcement within existing constraints offers the sole remedy. Border sealing prevents new births. Judicial expansion and detention capacity accelerate removals. E-Verify and local partnerships target employment, inducing self-deportation. These measures can deport 20 million non-citizens over a decade, reducing undocumented presence by 80%. Yet U.S.-born and naturalized citizens remain permanent. The original constitutional order cannot be revived. The 14th Amendment's moral universalism, crafted to prevent Southern reprisals, now facilitates global demographic entry. Its drafters never contemplated mass migration from Latin America or Asia. The 1952 and 1965 Acts dismantled the 1790 racial gatekeeping, and the 14th Amendment constitutionalized the outcome. Political focus must shift from repeal to execution. Maximum border security, judicial funding, and workplace enforcement operate legally. State-level mandates and sanctuary defunding complement federal action. These steps halt future growth while removing existing non-citizens. The Republic's ethnic character, preserved for 162 years, ended with race-neutral laws and universal citizenship. Public awakening to constitutional permanence is essential. Legislative fantasies distract from enforceable realities. The nation faces a choice: rigorous enforcement to mitigate transformation or acceptance of irreversible change. The 14th Amendment stands as the final barrier. Only its constraints define the possible. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and comment on the Quagmire. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News content like this podcast, and see you next time.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, who is a traitor? Treason's legal narrowness versus public rhetorical overuse in American discourse. Treason constitutes the sole crime explicitly delineated within the United States Constitution, confined to levying war against the nation or adhering to its enemies by providing aid and comfort. This precise formulation, enshrined in Article 3, Section 3, mandates overt acts, wartime context for the aid prong, and evidentiary thresholds of 2 witnesses to the same act or open court confession. Such rigidity reflects the framers' intent to prevent tyrannical misuse of treason charges against political dissent, distinguishing American jurisprudence from broader English precedents that encompassed mere words or imagined disloyalty. Legal treason thus demands objective proof of armed rebellion or material support to foreign adversaries during declared or de facto hostilities, rendering prosecutions extraordinarily rare, with fewer than 12 convictions across national history and none resulting in execution since 1862. Public perception, however, diverges sharply from this constitutional boundary. Contemporary accusations of treason proliferate across social media, political rallies, and partisan commentary, invoking the term to signify any perceived betrayal of national interests, values, or leadership trust. This expansive application transforms treason into a rhetorical weapon, detached from legal parameters, where policy disagreements, leaks, or cultural shifts trigger the label. The dictionary definition amplifies this subjectivity, defining treason as betrayal of trust or attempts to overthrow government, allowing interpreters to construe routine governance failures as existential threats warranting ultimate condemnation. Historical context underscores the term's former lethality. In colonial and early Republican eras, treason accusations carried immediate implications of capital punishment, evoking images of hanging, drawing, and quartering under English common law or military tribunals during the Revolutionary War. Figures like Benedict Arnold embodied this gravity, their actions prompting bounties and eternal infamy. Civil War executions, such as that of William Mumford for flag desecration, marked the last federal application of treason's death penalty, cementing its association with wartime disloyalty. Post-World War II cases, including those against Nazi collaborators, yielded life sentences rather than executions, signaling judicial restraint aligned with constitutional safeguards. Modern dilution stems from polarization and digital amplification. Accusations spike around electoral controversies, foreign policy debates, and cultural conflicts, with the term bandied about by figures across the ideological spectrum. This overuse erodes the word's potency, reducing it to hyperbolic shorthand for moral outrage rather than prosecutable offense. Consequently, treason no longer evokes unified dread but partisan applause, its legal inviolability preserved yet public resonance fragmented. The bias favoring strict constitutional adherence views this rhetorical inflation as corrosive to civic discourse. Subjective invocations undermine rule of law by equating governance critiques with capital crimes, fostering vigilante mentalities absent evidentiary rigor. Facts support this perspective. No treason charges arise from border policies, pandemic responses, or election disputes, despite fervent claims, as courts consistently reject expansions beyond wartime or armed criteria. Supreme Court precedents, from Ex parte Ballman in 1807 to Kramer v. United States in 1945, reinforce narrow interpretation, acquitting defendants where intent lacked overt material aid. Articulate alternatives emerge to reclaim severity without legal falsehood. Plug-and-play terms like perfidy, parricide, and quisling evoke historical capital connotations, signaling betrayal's moral enormity. Scripts framing accusations as dictionary treason, distinct from constitutional, permit condemnation while honoring jurisprudence. This approach restores discursive weight, compelling accusers to specify betrayal types and desired accountability, thus elevating debate above meme-level vitriol. The overarching narrative reveals treason's dual existence, an unyielding legal fortress and a malleable public cudgel. Constitutional fidelity demands rejection of expansive claims, yet ethical expression allows moral equivalence through precise language. Progressive analysis dissects definitions, historical evolution, public misuse, and restorative terminology, culminating in unified advocacy for truth-bound rhetoric that honors both law and outrage. Part 1. Constitutional definition and evidentiary barriers. The United States Constitution defines treason exclusively as levying war against the nation or adhering to its enemies through aid and comfort, establishing the narrowest capital crime in federal law. Article 3, Section 3, imposes stringent safeguards. Conviction requires testimony from two witnesses to the identical overt act or confession in open court. This framework, codified in 18 U.S.C. Section 2381, prescribes penalties of death, minimum 5-year imprisonment, fines exceeding $10,000, and permanent disqualification from public office. Wartime context proves essential for the aid prong, necessitating declared or open hostilities with foreign powers, excluding peacetime espionage or domestic terrorism. Supreme Court jurisprudence fortifies this constriction. Ex parte Ballman in 1807 ruled that assembling men for treasonable purpose without force constitutes no offense, acquitting Aaron Burr despite plots to sever Western territories. Kramer v. United States in 1945 overturned a conviction for sheltering Nazi saboteurs, insisting aid must intend betrayal and materially assist enemy warfare. Haupt v. United States in 1947 upheld conviction for similar acts, but only because wartime conditions and overt assistance aligned with constitutional mandates. These precedents bar treason charges absent armed rebellion or enemy support during conflict, rendering the crime prosecutable in fewer than 40 instances historically. Levying war demands organized, armed force against federal authority, scaling beyond riots or protests. John Brown's 1859 raid on Harper's Ferry qualified due to seizure of federal arsenal with intent to ignite slave insurrection, leading to his hanging under Virginia treason laws. Civil War cases involved Confederate sympathizers attacking Union assets, meeting assemblage and force criteria. Modern equivalents, such as January 6 events, yield seditious conspiracy convictions under 18 U.S.C. Section 2384, carrying 20-year maxima, as no wartime enemy or nationwide rebellion materialized. Aid and comfort mandates material assistance to designated enemies, proven through actions like intelligence provision or resource supply. World War II prosecutions targeted broadcasters and saboteur hosts, but convictions hinged on active wartime contribution. Adam Godon's 2006 charge for al-Qaeda propaganda faltered conceptually absent declared war, highlighting the prong's dependency on formal hostilities. Terrorism support statutes, 18 U.S.C. Section 2339, supplant treason in non-war scenarios, imposing comparable sentences without constitutional hurdles. Evidentiary barriers ensure objectivity, preventing subjective loyalty tests. Two-witness requirement excludes circumstantial evidence, recordings, or single testimonies, compelling direct observation of overt acts. Confession alternative demands voluntary courtroom admission, barring coerced statements. These protections, rooted in framers' aversion to English abuses where constructive treason encompassed speech, safeguard dissent while reserving capital sanction for unequivocal threats. Facts affirm rarity. Post-1950 convictions number 0 for levying war, with aid cases limited to World War II dual citizens abusing prisoners of war. No border policy, vaccine mandate, or election administration triggers treason, as absent war or armed overthrow, alternative statutes address misconduct. Immigration violations under 8 U.S.C. Section 1324 carry 7-year terms. Public corruption under 18 U.S.C. Section 201 yields 15 years. Capital eligibility remains confined to murder, espionage resulting in death, or specific terrorism, never policy betrayal. Bias toward constitutional fidelity views expansive claims as assaults on liberty. Accusing officials of treason for governance equates disagreement with warfare, eroding democratic norms. Courts' consistent acquittals where elements falter validate narrowness, protecting speech while punishing true threats. This section establishes treason's unyielding legal core, contrasting forthcoming public distortions. Part 2. Dictionary definition and subjective expansion. Dictionary definitions of treason encompass betrayal of trust or overt attempts to overthrow government, extending beyond constitutional confines to subjective interpretations. Merriam-Webster lists primary meaning as betrayal of trust or treachery, secondary as efforts to subvert authority or harm sovereigns. Oxford emphasizes betraying country through